Okay. Welcome, everyone. We're so thrilled to welcome you to the inaugural meeting of the California Commission on the State of Hate. I want to start just by saying that closed captioning of this meeting is available. You can access the closed captioning by clicking the button labeled Show Captions at the bottom of your screen. My name is Kevin Kish. I'm the director of the California Civil Rights Department, which is supporting and staffing this commission. Later today, we'll get an overview of the Civil Rights Department, or CRD, and its work. So I'll just say now at the top of the meeting that CRD has been at the forefront of protecting civil rights in California since its inception. And the decision to house this commission, this California Commission on the State of Hate, in this department is an acknowledgement that hate activity is often a violation of another person's civil rights. This commission is part of a number of new anti-hate initiatives at the Civil Rights Department, including the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network, which is a statewide hotline for reporting acts of hate and accessing services and resources, as well as our new Community Conflict Resolution Unit, which mediates, manages, and resolves conflicts in communities, including conflicts that result from acts of hate. The establishment of this commission was a multi-year effort. We're so excited that the commission begins its critical work starting today. And it seems that nearly every day we're reminded of how important the work of this body is. The members appointed to the commission, you all bring a wealth of personal and professional experience with you. I'm confident that your work will further our shared vision of a California where all residents can thrive, regardless of their background or their identity. I'm also confident that, as is so often the case with us here in California, that the work of this commission is going to lead the way and provide a model for others throughout the country in addressing hate in our society. So we'll start with a very few housekeeping items. First, you can view the agenda by visiting the commission's website, which is at calcivilrights.ca.gov. And you can click on the Commission on the State of Hate button, and then there is a button labeled Meetings and Agendas. And we'll be sending the link to this and other items in the chat of this meeting throughout the day. Second, this commission is a public body, and an important part of being a public body is hearing from the public. So to that end, this meeting and all future meetings of the commission will be open to the public. There will be multiple opportunities for public comment during the meeting. To keep us on track, to keep an orderly meeting, we'll ask members of the public to comment only on the agenda item under consideration. And if there are public comments that aren't specifically related to the agenda item or any agenda item, we have reserved an agenda item at the end of the meeting. It's called public comment on items not on the agenda. So we ask that you make your comments there if they are not related to an agenda item. There are two ways to submit a public comment in writing. One, you can type a comment in the question and answer box on Zoom. You can do this by clicking the Q&A button on the bottom of the screen. Or you can email us at csh@calcivilrights.ca.gov. We'll be monitoring both of those channels throughout the meeting. And if you submit a written comment that pertains to a particular agenda item, we'll read that aloud or summarize it when the public comment period for that item is open. And if you have a comment that is not about a specific agenda item, we'll read that aloud or summarize it at the end during the agenda item for comments that are not related to an agenda item. You can also request to speak at the meeting to deliver your public comment, and you can do so during any of the public comment portions. In order to request to speak on Zoom, you can raise your hand. If you're on your computer, you raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're on your phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. And during the public comment portions, we'll call on attendees who raise their hands, and then you can unmute and deliver your comments. We have a jam-packed agenda today at our first meeting, and so we are going to be limiting public comment to 3 minutes per person in the interest of time. All written comments will be sent to all commissioners at the end of the meeting. Now it is time to formally start the meeting by establishing a quorum through a roll call vote. And we'll ask after that in each commissioner, ex officio members of the commission, and my colleagues at the Civil Rights Department to briefly introduce themselves with just a sentence or two. And so now we will move to establish a quorum, which requires that a majority of voting members of the commission be present. So we'll do a roll call of the voting members. Alec will call your names, and commissioners, when you hear your name, please unmute yourselves and state present.
Thanks, Kevin. We'll start with Commissioner Che.
Present.
Commissioner Cuellar.
Present.
Commissioner Damsky.
Present.
Commissioner Filer.
Present.
Commissioner Levin.
Present.
Commissioner Roybal.
Present.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Present.
Commissioner Sanar.
Present.
Commissioner Suthers.
Present.
All are present.
Wonderful. Now we get to move to a part that I like, which is introductions, where each of you briefly introduces yourselves. For folks in the public who are listening, this is going to be a very short introduction, but please know that links to the biographies of each commissioner are in the agenda of the meeting and are available on the commission's website. So commissioners, when I call your name, please provide a brief introduction, and we'll start again going in alphabetical order with Commissioner Che.
Good morning. My formal name is Cynthia Che, and I use she, her pronouns. I am the co-executive director of Chinese for Affirmative Action, a community-based civil rights organization, and the co-founder of Stop AAPI Hate, a national tracking organization, and we also respond to anti-Asian racism. And I am a daughter of immigrants and a mother of 3 daughters. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cuellar.
Good morning. I am Regina Cuellar. I'm the chairwoman of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians located in El Dorado County. I have served in tribal leadership for over 10 years. I'm happy to be here today. I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly. On the state level, I worked side by side with James Ramos on some critical legislation. And again, happy to be here with like-minded individuals and looking forward to working with all of you and doing the good work for the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Damsky.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Beth Damsky. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I live in San Diego County. I've been appointed to this commission by Senate President Pro Tem Tony Atkins. I have been working all my life on issues of LGBTQ rights and safety, women's rights, anti-Semitism. And I was just elected to a new position, one of the directors of Helix Water District. I'll be sworn in tonight. Today's a really full day for me. I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Filer.
Grateful to be here. I go by CC Filer. My pronouns are she, her. I am going to start with, I am the child of immigrants. Both my parents were Holocaust survivors, which I think has influenced who I am today in a very profound way. I'm on the board of the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles. I chair their community engagement department. I'm also the vice chair of the Resnick UCLA Neuropsychiatric Board. I'm a psychotherapist and I'm a mother of 3.
Thank you. Commissioner Levin.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Brian Levin. I use the pronouns he, him, and it is just such a special joy for me to be here with these commissioners. I am director of the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University, which I've founded and directed 23 years. I've been working in this area 36 years and have had just wonderful experiences. The first thing I did as a lawyer was to represent Reverend C.T. Vivian's group and a variety of human relations, and in particular, California-based groups, especially LGBTQ groups, before the Supreme Court in upholding hate crime laws. And I stand on the shoulders of a couple of mentors who I'm going to end with by pointing out. One is my dad, who was a POW in Essen, Germany in World War II. And the other is Judge Leon Higginbotham. Both have instilled in me the appreciation for a pluralistic democracy and having institutions that uphold the dignity of all the residents of not only the United States, but for us here in California. Thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Good morning. I'm Russell Roybal. I use he, they, and she pronouns. I identify as non-binary, but most people use he, him, and his, and that's totally fine by me. I live in San Diego, but I grew up in Los Angeles and in La Puente. I recently moved from San Francisco. I'm the former Deputy Executive Director of the National LGBTQ Task Force, and most recently was the Chief Advancement Officer at San Francisco AIDS Foundation. And on that note, I just want to say also that today is World AIDS Day, and just want to note that. And I'm excited to be doing this work to continue to combat stigma, hate in my home state, which I love dearly, and am excited to be working with all of you. Good morning.
Thank you. Commissioner Salcedo.
Greetings, everyone. Buenos dias. My name is Bambi Salcedo, and I do have the privilege to be the president and the CEO of the Trans-Latino Coalition, which is a national advocacy organization that is based in Los Angeles and Tangba Land, and also provides direct, supportive, and life-saving services to trans, gender non-conforming, and intersex individuals. I am an openly trans woman, Latina immigrant, a survivor of multiple hate crimes, and very honored that I get to share space with all of you. And thank you so much for the opportunity, and to all of the members of the public who are watching us and listening to us.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanar.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. My name is Shireen Sanar, and I've been a professor at Stanford Law School for the past decade. I use she, her pronouns, and my research and teaching relates to civil rights, especially political violence. Some of my recent research has been about prevention of hate crimes, including restorative justice responses to hate crimes. And I began my career about 15 or so years ago as a civil rights lawyer with the Asian Law Caucus and the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, working on discrimination and racial profiling cases and hate crimes, among other things.
Thank you. Commissioner Suthers.
Morning, my name is Errol Suthers. I use he, him pronouns. I live in Los Angeles. I'm a transplant from New Jersey. The proud son of parents who, I'm going to date myself here, participated in the 1963 Walk on Washington, March on Washington. I'm the Associate Senior Vice President of Safety and Risk Assurance at USC and a professor of National and Homeland Security. I've been in the extremist violence space for quite some time, and I'm honored to be here to work with all of these esteemed colleagues of mine on this very, very challenging issue.
Thank you. The authorizing statute for this commission also establishes non-voting members. They're called ex officio members of the commission, and they include the Attorney General or a designee, the Director of the Office of Emergency Services or a designee, and members of the legislature. So right now, I'd like to name the ex officio members that I know are here. And when I call your name, please feel free to introduce yourselves in the same way. And we'll start with Abby Browning.
Good morning. Like mentioned, I'm Abby Browning. I am representing the Office of the Director of the Office of Emergency Services for California. My role in particular is I'm the Chief of the Office of Private Sector NGO Coordination, which includes community organizations and faith-based organizations. So basically what that means is I make sure that all of our community members, all of our faith-based groups, and anyone that is not a government official is connected in the right way to our emergency officials. And I'm very honored to be here. And I'd like to say thank you to all of the commissioners for giving of their time, their wisdom, and their experience to help direct our state.
Thank you. Damon Brown.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Damon Brown. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General. I advise Attorney General Bonta on civil rights matters and am his designee as he is an ex officio member of this commission. Certainly happy to be working with the California Civil Rights Department as we have been in efforts to combat hate through our own hate crimes report that we publish annually and the collection of data on our open justice portals. We want to continue to work in partnership with all interested parties in the fight against hate. And so on the behalf of the AG, I'm proud to be here today with you all.
Thank you so much. I know that we also have every member of the legislature is also an ex officio member, and I know we have Senator Min with us. Senator Min?
Hi, Dave Min here, elected in 2020 as Vice Chair of the API Legislative Caucus. Obviously, our communities have been experiencing quite a lot of hate in recent years. I view this as a pressing issue, and I represent a part of Orange County that unfortunately has seen a lot of incidents, including swastikas, anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim hate, anti-Asian hate, anti-LGBT hate, and appreciate the formation of this commission and just wanted to be here in support.
Thank you so much for being here. We do have representatives of the legislature, but before we turn to them, are there any other assembly members or senators who are on the call who would like to introduce themselves? Hearing none, we will move to representatives of the legislature, and we'll start with Jacob Fraker.
Hello, everyone. Jacob Fraker. I use he, him pronouns. I am the Senate consultant to the LGBTQ caucus under the incoming chair, Senator Susan Talamantes Eggman. Very excited to be here. Very excited to work with you all. Some familiar faces on this call and some unfamiliar ones. And so looking forward to getting to know you all and engaging in this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Richard Stapler.
Thank you, Kevin. Richard Stapler, he, him pronouns, Chief of Staff to State Senator John Laird, who's been a very long time advocate on civil rights issues, particularly as it relates to the LGBTQI plus community, having been one of the first openly gay mayors in the United States back in the early 1980s, HIV activism work in the late 80s and early 90s, and so forth through his legislative career. He's been a long-time champion, and I'm very proud to work for him, having come up through HIV activist work in the 90s for public service. So thank you for Commissioner Roybal for mentioning that it's World AIDS Day. A lot of work ahead of us, and looking forward to seeing what comes from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other representatives of members of the legislature here with us who would like to introduce themselves? Hearing none. The commission is supported by staff here at the Civil Rights Department who are with us today. I'm Kevin. I've introduced myself, and we are also joined by some of my colleagues who I will now ask to introduce themselves, starting with Adam Romero.
Good morning, everyone. Adam Romero. I am the Deputy Director of the Executive Programs Division at the Civil Rights Department. The Executive Programs Division includes a diverse portfolio of work, including our legislative and regulatory affairs work, outreach and education, research, and the commission is also housed within the Executive Programs Division, or staffed, I should say, by my colleagues in the Executive Programs Division. Prior to joining CRD in 2020, I was a researcher at UCLA studying anti-discrimination law and hate violence. And so the work of this commission is near to me. Thank you.
Becky Monroe.
Hi, I'm Becky Monroe, and I'm the Deputy Director for Strategic Initiatives and External Affairs here at the Civil Rights Department. Currently, I am focused on the launch of California versus Hate, a resource line and network, as well as the California's Community Conflict Resolution Unit. And I come here after almost 2 decades of work in civil rights, primarily focused on hate crimes, both in the Obama administration, as well as with several civil rights organizations. So I'm thrilled to be with you all and to learn from you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Becky. Alec Watts.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alec Watts. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director at the Civil Rights Department. My background's in research, actually, and I was also in the legislature for a bit, and excited to be joining you and serving as Senior Advisor to the Commission.
Rachel Langston.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Langston, and I'm one of the senior counsel in the CRD's Legislative and Regulatory Unit. Before joining CRD, I was with Legally at Work and worked on behalf of low-income workers and their families who are facing discrimination and other equity issues in the workplace.
Thank you, Rachel. Mariel Block.
Good morning, everyone. I apologize that my camera doesn't work. I'm Mariel Block. I'm a senior counsel in the Legislative and Regulatory Unit. I joined CRD this year, and prior to joining CRD, I worked at the National Housing Law Project, advocating on behalf of low-income tenants.
Thank you. And I just want to take a public moment to acknowledge how lucky I am to be working with people like the folks that you just heard from. We have an all-star team, and they are extremely invested and engaged in this body and the work of this commission, and I am incredibly lucky to work with all of you. We are going to change the agenda order very slightly. We're going to now move to agenda item number 5 to hear from Assemblymember Bloom about the commission. Assemblymember Bloom has represented the 50th District of California in the Assembly for a decade, and throughout his career, he authored numerous bills to protect Californians, including AB 1126, which is the bill that established this commission. We invited Assemblymember Bloom to the meeting today to deliver remarks to you. Assemblymember, please take it away.
Thank you, Kevin. Let me begin. Well, first, I should say I'm retired Assemblymember Bloom as of a few hours ago, like midnight last night. So I'm in a bit of a new space myself, but I just want to start by saying, wow, what an amazing group of individuals who, I did a little research on all of you as you were appointed, but hearing from each of you this morning about, in more detail about your backgrounds, I'm filled with confidence that this is a commission that is going to, as intended, make a difference on this most pernicious of issues that faces not just Californians, but people around the country and really around the world. As the now former chair of the Assembly Select Committee on the State of Hate and author of the Assembly bill, as mentioned, that created this commission on which you are now serving or staffing, I personally wanted to be here this morning to welcome you to this very important inaugural meeting. What began in my office as a community forum in 2015, after an uptick in anti-Semitic hate crimes and incidents, evolved into the creation of the Assembly Select Committee on the State of Hate. Over the last few years, the Select Committee held a number of hearings, each with a different focus, which included testimony from subject matter experts that helped to illustrate the reality of the state of hate. In fact, we were very lucky to have both Commissioner Brian Levin and Commissioner Errol Southers on one or two of our panels. A key component of our hearings was the public comment period, where panelists, audience members, and elected officials were able to hear testimony directly from impacted communities who were in attendance. A trend soon emerged from the public comment period. The victims of hate crimes and marginalized groups were eager to share their stories and suggestions with their government officials directly. All of this led to the introduction of Assembly Bill 1126, my bill that Governor Newsom signed into law last year and is funded in the current year's budget. which established this commission to continue the work that was begun by the Select Committee that is no more now. That moment has now arrived, and I couldn't be more excited. Since we first began to explore the idea of the Select Committee as legislation in late 2019, the epidemic of hate, sadly, that fueled the creation of the commission has only worsened. I'm not going to repeat statistics because I think everybody here knows the numbers and is familiar with them. But the steep rise in hate crimes and incidents come at a time where public confidence in our government and institutions is also at an all-time low. Justice can seem evasive as extremists are emboldened by the reckless hate speech and dog whistling that comes from some of the most powerful places in our societies at times. It's my sincere hope that as commissioners, the diverse and backgrounds and expertise that each of you bring to the table will help to bolster the vision of the commission. While hate may be on the rise, so is hope in the form of community leaders and activists such as yourselves who are willing to step up to the plate. I'd like to conclude by observing that on this day, December 1st, 1955, 67 years ago, a woman whose name you're all familiar with, Rosa Parks, refused to give up her seat to a white passenger on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama. Parks had been inspired to act because of her anger over the lynching of Emmett Till, whose accused murderers had been acquitted only 4 days before she acted. She, in turn, inspired a then 26-year-old Martin Luther King to head the Montgomery bus boycott. In her autobiography, Parks declared that her defiance was an intentional act. She said, "I was not tired physically or any more tired than I usually was at the end of a working day. I wasn't old, although some people have an image of me being old then. I was 42 years old. No, the only tired I was tired of giving in." I know that each of you are here because you are inspired. You're tired of the hate. And like me, you're tired of the words, you're tired of the acts of hate that we see almost on a daily basis. You're here because you want to do something about it. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking this bold step in service to the greater good. The work you will do, I have no doubt, will help us move the arc of the moral universe as King inspired us to do towards justice. Thank you, Director Kish, to each and every one of the commissioners and to all the staff who have and will continue to dedicate their time to serving the people of California in this extremely important capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Bloom, and thank you for authoring AB 1126. I think at this point we will move on to agenda item 4, because we did move items out of order a little bit, and I'll give an informational presentation on AB 1126, the Commission on the State of Hate. So we'll start with a timeline of the establishment of the commission. So the most recent bill establishing the commission was introduced in February by Assemblymember Bloom. In February 8th, 2021, it made its way through the legislature. In October, the governor signed AB 1126 to establish the commission. This year, an appropriation was made for the operation of the commission through CRD's budget change proposal and the Budget Act of 2022. Within the past few months, we have, the commission appointees have been made. So appointments by the Senate Committee on Rules and the governor and the Speaker of the Assembly have been made. Governor Newsom also signed executive order to require the department to launch the commission by January 1st, 2023, which is why we're having the meeting today, of course. And the final, I think, point in this timeline, or more the beginning, I guess, of the commission is that the first meeting of the commission is today. Now, just to summarize a bit of AB 1126, if you read through the bill, I think the commission is is tasked with a very broad mission. So, essentially the mission of the commission, if you read through this bill, is to strengthen California's efforts to stop hate through three main strategic pillars: research and data collection, education and outreach, and advisement to different entities to help both communities and government officials across all levels monitor, prevent, and respond to hate activity. Now, what does this look like for the commission? So what are the duties and goals of the commission? Well, if we break down these three pillars, we'll start with the research and data collection side of things. So AB 1126 requires the commission to engage in fact-finding, data collection, and research, and work with subject matter experts to really track and monitor what's happening with hate activity in the state. The commission is also required to publish an annual report that includes things like a comprehensive accounting of hate activities statewide, recommendations for both law enforcement, but also the governor and the legislature and communities on how to reduce and respond to hate crimes. And the report shall also identify best practices that we've seen be successful elsewhere that can be implemented statewide to respond to and reduce hate crimes. The first report is due July 1st, 2023. So that's in a few months, actually, and then it will be due annually thereafter. So that's the research and data side of things. There's also the second pillar, this sort of education and outreach duty of the commission. So the commission is required to host at least 4 community forums on the state of hate per year. Each forum must focus on local, state, and national evolving trends related to the state of hate, and also include presentations from subject matter experts. What these forums look like, where they take place, and all those other decisions will be up to the commission to decide. The third pillar is to serve in this advisement capacity. So if you read through AB 1126, and there are quite a few provisions related to advising different groups on what to do about this issue, right? So if you read through the bill, the commission is required to advise the legislature, the governor, and state agencies on policy recommendations to, and this is the quote from the bill, to promote mutual respect among California's diverse population. So relatively broad mandate, but also to suggest recommended training for state officials and staff, excuse me, and advise on other matters periodically. The commission is also tasked with providing resources and assistance to the public, the Department of Justice, the Office of the Attorney General, the Office of Emergency Services, and law enforcement agencies to keep them informed of emerging trends in hate activity, to help them understand, monitor what's going on with hate activity in the state. So that's a very broad overview of AB 1126. I think I've talked to many of the commissioners about this already, and we encourage you to read it thoroughly. There's a lot of work to do. I'll just end there. And at this point, what we'd like to do is open up the floor to commission discussion. And remember, at this point, feel free to talk amongst each other, feel free to comment, and I'll open up the floor now. Okay, seeing no comments, we will move to public comments. So if there are any public comments pertaining to this agenda item or any previous agenda items, just a reminder, you can submit a public comment through the Q&A button on Zoom or emailing csh@calcivilrights.ca.gov. And we will read written comments or summarize them. If you'd like to submit a verbal comment, if you're on the phone, press *9 to raise your hand and press *6 to unmute. If you're on Zoom, you may raise your hand, and we will limit verbal comments to 3 minutes. Okay. Mariel, so do we have any emailed comments pertaining to this agenda item?
No, we do not.
Thank you, Mariel. Do we have any Zoom comments?
No.
Apologies, no, we don't.
Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom who has raised their hand? Okay, that concludes the public comment portion of this agenda item. We will now open the floor again to commission discussion to see if there's any other discussion or any discussion items. Okay, and on that note, I will close the floor and turn it over to Deputy Directors Adam Romero and Becky Monroe to give an informational presentation on the Civil Rights Department.
Good morning again. I am Adam Romero, and my colleague Becky Monroe and I will be providing a brief and broad overview of the Civil Rights Department for those of you who may not be closely familiar with our department. Next slide. Thanks. So the Civil Rights Department enforces California's robust laws against discrimination and harassment in employment, housing, public accommodations, businesses, state-funded programs and activities, as well as civil laws against hate violence and human trafficking. And you can see here an image of our department's homepage on its website. And our mission is to prevent and eliminate unlawful discrimination in California, to provide remedies to victims and their communities, and of course, as a result, to improve Californians' ability to thrive. And I want to mention here that in July 2022, the legislature renamed our department to be the California Civil Rights Department. Previously, we were known as the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, which was our name since our creation in 1980. The legislature changed our name in recognition of the fact that we enforce not only civil rights laws in the employment and housing context, but civil rights laws outside of those contexts as well. And so based on stakeholder feedback, we learned that our name actually was a barrier to victims of discrimination, hate violence outside of the employment and housing context to accessing our services. And so we're hopeful that with this name change, more Californians will know about us and be able to utilize our services. Next slide, please. So how do we accomplish this vision? And generally, we engage a variety of proactive and complementary strategies and activities. And there are 4 on this slide, which I'm going to go over today. And we always strive to center Californians and their communities in our efforts. Indeed, for example, getting and responding to stakeholder feedback is central to all of our operations and is central to Director Kish's leadership. Next slide. So first, we enforce the law. Each year, we investigate thousands of complaints submitted by individuals, as well as undertake our own proactive investigations into systemic discrimination and other allegations of strategic importance. We are also conducting proactive fair housing testing and using web search technology to identify and rectify discrimination before someone is actually injured by it. And from our investigations, if we cannot settle a complaint, our department is authorized to prosecute the matter in court on behalf of the state of California and in the public interest. Here, you can see 2 recent headlines about prosecutions that our department has or is in the process of settling, including one for $100 million for victims of sexual harassment and discrimination. Next slide. Second, we have trained conciliators and mediators who settle hundreds of cases per year. In 2020, we settled more than 700 complaints for more than $11 million that went to aggrieved persons. And you can see here images of some complainants who have benefited from settlements with our department and who, I'll add, agreed to have their images and stories shared on our website, so you can learn more about them there. In addition, we have a community conciliation program that my colleague Becky will be describing in a moment. Next slide. Third, our department engages in a diverse array of strategies and activities to do outreach and provide guidance to Californians about their civil rights and obligations. 2 of the goals of our outreach and education work is to prevent discrimination from happening in the first place and to increase the likelihood that a victim will report and receive relief if they do experience discrimination. As one example, our department has published fact sheets explaining protections around hate violence in 14 different languages, and we've conducted numerous trainings and other types of outreach and education efforts related to the prevention of hate violence in recent years. In the interest of time, I won't go into all of the items on this slide. I'll just mention the synergy among these items. For example, our Civil Rights Council, which is a parallel public body to this commission, promulgates regulations under our civil rights laws, including extensive fair housing regulations that went into effect in 2020 and in 2022. And so from these regulations, our department provided a very well-attended webinar series that you can see here in the left image, and which is the webinars are available on our YouTube channel. And from there, we also have issued guidance documents such as the Housing Harassment Prevention Guide, which you can see on the right. Next slide, please. Another one of our outreach and education efforts that we're very proud of, in 2021, we conducted our department's first ever statewide multilingual public education campaign that achieved over 100 million impressions through signage in laundromats, on the sides of food trucks, in convenience stores, which you can see here on the images. But also the campaign took place through radio, on the internet, and on social media. Next slide. Fourth, I want to highlight our department's investment and commitment to being evidence-driven and producing relevant, useful research and report outs from that research. And so one of the major initiatives of our department has been a pay data reporting program where we receive from larger employers in California data on the pay, hours worked, and demographics of their workforces each year. These data allow our department to analyze the data and conduct strategic investigations. And as you can see on the image here, we also report out aggregate results for California that show, unsurprisingly, disparities by race, ethnicity, and sex. The second item I want to highlight is our investment in research through the California Health Interview Survey. We are in the process of sponsoring questions related to housing discrimination, Section 8 voucher utilization, and hate violence on this representative survey of Californians. And so those questions will be take place on this survey in 2023 and 2024, with data and results coming out in 2025. And of course, the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network and the Commission on the State of Hate also have robust research agendas, and I'm gonna, Becky will be talking about California versus Hate. Next slide, please. So this slide I know is very busy, and that is the point. Feedback among all of our different activities and initiatives is critical. So what you can see here is just a representation of different efforts, all related to protections under the Fair Chance Act and related to criminal history in employment. And so through many different initiatives, including our enforcement efforts, our complaint investigation and prosecution process, our regulatory process, outreach and education, and many other efforts, we are going sort of all hands on deck towards enforcing California's civil rights laws and through a variety of strategies, and those strategies inform each other. We could create a slide just like this for hate violence, and as the commission continues its work or begins its work, that will of course factor in as well. Next slide, please. Finally, as Director Kish mentioned, we have several new anti-hate initiatives in 2022, including the renaming of our department, as I mentioned, so that victims of hate violence can better understand that they can come to our department for enforcing their rights, their civil rights. The work of the commission, of course, and now my colleague Becky will be talking about the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network and our community conflict resolution program. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And I think we can go to the next slide. And I just want to give you a very brief overview of a couple of these new hate initiatives. One thing I want to say at the beginning, and this is reflective of what Director Kish said at the top and what Adam was saying, we are committed to making the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network community-centered, and we mean that in a very real way. And what I want to say is the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network is here because of advocates, because of people who were targeted for hate, who demanded action. And they were demanding action, not just in terms of sort of having a line to report hate, but also in demanding a line where people could get access to resources and support. And so we are thrilled the legislature was able to get this law passed. And when the governor signed it into law, that we are charged with making sure that this law goes into effect. So we have three main goals for the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network. The first is to help people identify options and next steps for both individuals and communities targeted for hate. We say this because we want people to know that they do have choices. Some people may want to go to law enforcement and may feel comfortable doing that. We want to let them know what that process looks like. If someone doesn't feel safe going to law enforcement, we want to make sure they know what options they have. And one of the things we are saying with respect to this resource line and network is if you report, you will get support. You do not have to know if you were targeted for a hate crime or a hate incident. All you need to know is that you were targeted for hate and you would like additional support. The second goal is to connect with culturally competent resources. This is a piece where I know we'll be looking to the commission. We'll continue to look to advocates and to other people across the state to make sure we're getting this piece right. And then finally, we want to improve hate incident and hate crime reporting. So as my colleague from the Attorney General's office mentioned, the state AG in California produces a very important report about hate crimes data. And one of the things that we are committed to doing is continuing to work with the Attorney General's office, as well as to work with advocates, including many of the commissioners who are on this commission are representing organizations that have led the way in improving the response to hate crimes by improving data capture around hate incidents and hate crimes. We recognize that behind every report is a person and a family. And so when we talk about improving hate incident and hate crime reporting, this is not simply to create a report, but it is to make sure we are improving the resources that are available to people who are targeted for hate. And then next slide. We are proud that we have launched, we've had a soft launch of the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network. People can access support online in 15 languages currently through stophate.calcivilrights.ca.gov. You can also call an 833 number here, the ability to access services in more than 200 languages. We are working in partnership with the 211 statewide network of trauma-informed agents and coordinators. This is intended to reflect our commitment to making sure we are connecting people with resources and to support. We will have care coordinators that will help people if they request it to go through this process so that they can help to navigate and make sure people get access to the support that they need. We are calling this a soft launch in part because we are asking for your help in the community. We are asking for people to take a look at the portal, share comments with us, make sure we get it right. Everyone is absolutely able to get resources and support now, but we are working to improve this so that in the new year, when we have a statewide media campaign, we will be able to make sure that it is as effective as possible. My next slide, please. And I wanted to introduce very briefly everyone to the Community Conflict Resolution Unit. This is a unit, we have had the authority to do this work in the Civil Rights Department for many years, but it was only in July of this year when we had the funding to do it. And we are thrilled and think it is very closely related to the work of hate crimes response. And through the Community Conflict Resolution Unit, we can assist communities experiencing fear, conflict, or tensions related to discrimination, hate incidents, or hate crimes. One of the things you heard, I think, from Commissioner Sonar about sort of looking at restorative practices, this unit will help communities who maybe if they don't want to go through the criminal legal system or even the civil legal system, we can work with communities to try and address and manage conflict, minimize the potential for violence, and help people in conflict realize mutually acceptable outcomes. Some of the examples of how we will do this is designing, facilitating conflict resolution processes, which could look like, if there are parties that want to address what they want to see coming out of in the aftermath of an incident, facilitating productive community engagement processes, working with state, local governments, as well as working with community groups, and providing training and technical assistance. You can learn more about our work on our website. If you go to the dispute resolution page, you will see community conflict resolution, and you will be able to see more about what we can offer there. I do think this is something we are very proud of at the Civil Rights Department, because we recognize that people have been demanding alternative options for how to respond to hate. And we intend to make this one that is genuinely community-centered and reflects the fact that we know the wisdom to address issues around civil rights conflicts resides in communities. And it is our mission to elevate that wisdom and to support communities that are working in this way. So thank you.
Okay, and at this point, we will open the floor to commissioner questions, comments, or discussion.
Alec?
Yes, Commissioner Filer.
Yes. Just to Becky Monroe, quickly, because I'm really thrilled to hear about the California versus Hate Resource Line and Network. I know that some of the barriers at times is that many, I'm going to say, populations have a lot of fear in going to systems to report incidents. And I'm saying even non-police systems, because of repercussions or concerns and not feeling safe and used to utilizing the systems in our country. How is that addressed? How are you working with community leaders to help them with their different community groups to work on that?
Thank you for that question. You are exactly right. We have so much work to do to earn people's trust, to even have them to report to us. And as you mentioned, we heard a lot from advocates that they wanted this housed in a unit that wasn't a criminal law enforcement unit, but still we are a part of the government. And so one of the things we're doing is we are making it very clear that our resources are not only for individuals, but are for the community organizations, for the NGOs that have earned that trust. So if someone doesn't feel safe coming to us, but they feel safe going to an NGO, we want to be on the line with that NGO. We want to talk to them. If they say, we've got somebody who's coming in who's reported an act of hate, we will provide our resources and support through that NGO if that's how the person feels more safe. Ultimately, our goal is to earn that trust, and we know we have a lot of work to do that. But one way we can do that is through working and really focusing on making sure we're reaching out to community-specific organizations, that we are giving them the resources to be able to support people. So really specific example, we have care coordinators that are available. So if somebody calls in and they are with an NGO, they come into an NGO and they're talking to an LGBT center, they're there, the person is there talking to them and talking to us, we will stay on the line. We'll say, okay, let's figure out how we can connect you. We've got 3 options. Let's see if this one works. Does this one work? If this doesn't work, we'll come back to them. And again, this is all based on what the person is comfortable with doing in that moment. So I think one way we're addressing it, making sure we're serving community-based organizations that have earned the trust. The other way is confidentiality. We are committed to, there's only 3 exceptions if there's a risk of imminent harm or child abuse or elder abuse, but otherwise, if someone is calling to report, we will keep that confidential if they request us to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll be moving on to Commissioner Che.
Yes, well, I just want to first thank Deputy Romero and Monroe for that excellent presentation. I had a question with regard to the community conflict and mediation services. I was actually very excited to hear that this was a program, but maybe 2 years ago, there was an issue of staffing and capacity. So I wonder if you could speak to that. And then also the ability to provide these services for community members who whose primary language is not English. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you're absolutely right. This is something that we have wanted to do. And Director Kish, this has been one of his goals, is to make sure we could launch this. We were fortunate in July to get funding from the legislature specifically for this program. So we have an extraordinary team right now. We have brought on 3 people who are completely focused on this work, including someone who's coming from the the Community Relations Service at the federal government level, which does this work. I used to lead that during part of the Obama administration, and I'm thrilled to have Marquez with us. And then we also have a wonderful attorney who's got almost 15 years of experience with the Civil Rights Department, who is coming in and who's got civil rights experience. And then we also have somebody who has both, who came from CRLA. And so what I would say is we've got the staffing now. We are currently, and if you go on, we're excited on our website. We at least now have a web presence so you can see what we're doing. But we have funding for the next 3 years, and we are going to demonstrate the ways in which this really can make an impact. It is such a smart investment in communities to do the work in this way. And we absolutely, we are obligated, and I am thrilled that we are obligated to provide these resources and support to people in any language that they need them. And so we will that is absolutely a core commitment of this work. And what I would also say is, when I did this work at the federal level, and we've seen this work with community organizations, we have amazing resources in California. We have human relations commissions across the state that have been doing some of this work. We are also incredibly fortunate. We have, I think, one of the country's best mediators in this space who already works with the Civil Rights Department, and Angela O. So I think we have an amazing opportunity here. We do now have the funding. We absolutely have the commitment, and we intend to show why this is a wise investment, because ultimately what this is really is an investment in the people of California. It is recognizing that that's where we're going to make these changes in a way that's systemic and sustainable. One of the things we talk about in this work is we want to make sure we're helping to reduce the potential for violence in the short term. Maybe if there's in the aftermath of a hate crime where there's a frustration about the response to it. But what we're really looking at is how do we use this opportunity to address longstanding systemic issues around discrimination? And that's also where I think our work will overlap with the work of the Commission.
Okay, thank you. And now we will move on to Commissioner Levin.
First, Becky, if I may say that, Deputy Monroe, if I could say that as well. We go back a very long time, and you've done just such phenomenal work federally. We're so looking forward for you turning that magic onto the Golden State. 2 quick clarification questions on this. First, is the number live now? So for those of us who sometimes get calls from the media and things like that, the FBI is coming out before the holidays with their 2021 data, which is a little long in the tooth. So is that number ready now if we had the opportunity to
It absolutely is live. It is ready now. People can use the number now. They can use the portal now. We are describing it as a soft launch in part because we want to make sure it is live now. We want people to use it, and then we want them to tell us what's wrong with it and tell us what we can do to improve it for the hard launch. But all of the resources and services are available right now.
And the second quick question relates to undocumented people who might, along with other people from various groups who might have some kind of obstruction to reporting. We spoke of linguistics as well, and language. But is there something where we can definitively say that we will not in any way deport or assist in any kind of punitive administrative functions against victims? I've been trying to do this since '92, and we had Special Order 40 in Los Angeles. 30 years ago, the DA and the DA in charge of hate crime and the U.S. attorney, who happened to be married at the time, had a special program where that wouldn't happen. Is there what is the dynamics of that, number one, and number two is how can we make sure we get that word out to these vulnerable communities?
I think this is a really important question. And as you know, both statewide and nationwide, it is critical that we talk about how we make sure we are getting resources and support to people who are discriminated against and targeted for hate, who are undocumented. And so what I would say is, one is absolutely when people are reporting to us, we are not asking about immigration status. And in fact, in California, we have many protections against discrimination on the basis of immigration status. So we will, we will assure confidentiality, make sure people are connected to resources and support. We are working with NGOs that specifically focus on working with people who are undocumented to make sure that they feel safe. So if they want to go through an entity like that, another organization, if that makes people feel safer, we could do that. And then I think maybe Adam, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about, we also offer, we are one of the people who can certify, one of the agencies that can certify visas for people who are undocumented and are victims of crime as well. So, and I would just say in terms of outreach and education, we are going to be heavily relying on making sure we reach out to the organizations that have earned the trust of people who are undocumented to get the resources out and to get our marketing out. Adam, I saw, maybe did you want to?
Total agreement, thank you.
I just wanted to add one quick thing to that, because this is such a core part of what we do. The protections that we enforce across the board are protections enjoyed by every resident of California, including people who are undocumented. And that is true whether it's in employment or housing or any other context. So this is a longstanding issue. It's a longstanding priority of the department to ensure that people feel safe to report to us so that we can enforce their rights. And so there's no change in our commitment to that. But as you know, as many of you know better than anyone, it is not a job that is ever done, right? And so when Becky talks about the outreach to community-based organizations and NGOs, we have held dozens of community meetings this calendar year, hundreds of hours to try to build increased trust among the folks who are trusted by people in this state. We know that it's not government. We are in government. We know that people don't trust government in many instances and for many reasons. And so this process is exactly that. It's a process. It's not a goal or an achievement. And we actually would love to hear from the commissioners, right? In addition to all of our many other stakeholders with whom we regularly meet, about how we can increase that trust, because as Commissioner Levin points out, it's exactly right. If we aren't enforcing these rights for everyone, including for undocumented people, then everybody is harmed. Thanks.
Okay, we'll move on to Commissioner Sinar.
Thank you very much for those presentations. So I had a couple questions, but primarily I would love to hear a little bit more maybe from Director Monroe or Director Romero about how you see the commission fitting in with a couple of other government organizations addressing hate and related issues. So I was thinking specifically of the California Department of Social Services, which issued over $20 million in grants in the Stop the Hate funding that came out of the API equity budget. And I'm curious to hear more about, for example, who there might be coordinating with this body in terms of, say, assessing some of the recommendations or the pilot programs that are being implemented through that funding. And also, I'd love to hear a little bit more about some of your initial thoughts on the Department of Justice's annual report, which has already been mentioned a couple of times, and how we see this commission's report building on that, being different from that, so that we are contributing something in addition to the efforts underway there, and just how we might see those two reports in parallel. So that's my primary question, and maybe I'll just leave it with that.
Yeah, go ahead. Or did you?
I was just going to say, these are both very good questions. And to the first one of the goals, I think, of our department's leadership has been to break down silos between agencies, because I think from anyone's perspective, it doesn't matter which agency is doing the work. They just want to access the services or be able to understand their rights. And so we have worked with numerous agencies to try to produce, for example, education materials that reference different rights and benefits enforced by different agencies. So it's sort of a one-stop shop. And we're trying to do that with respect to hate violence as well. And so Becky, I don't know if you want to say more about collaborations with CDSS and the State Library and coming together.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, this is great timing. We just yesterday had we have a regular check-in with CDSS and their Stop the Hate grant program that you mentioned. I think that it's primarily being run out of CARE, and I can give you the individuals who've been working with. They've been fantastic in sharing their information. Actually, California versus Hate, our resource line, is specifically including every grantee is now a part of that sort of resource network, so that we make sure that we're kind of including those options as well. So and then the State Library I'm mentioning as well. I know that's not an agency that people always think about when talking about combating hate, but they have grants to ethnic media outlets to combat hate. And so we've been working very closely with them. That will continue to be really important, to some of the earlier questions about how we're actually reaching effectively all communities. They've been tremendously helpful in getting the word out to different communities that are targeted for hate in multiple different languages. So, and then what I would say with respect to the Attorney General's office, we're really glad that Assistant Attorney General Damon Brown is a part of this. He has been a wonderful partner as we've been thinking about how do we improve data collection more broadly. I think a couple of your questions, like what's going to be different here. We really are committed to, and part of this is learning from Stop AAPI Hate and others, to collecting information on incidents as well as crimes. The AG's office currently collects crime data and not incident data. So that's something we're looking to collect through California versus Hate. Would love your thoughts about how we do that. Means a lot of discussions about how do we define incident in a way that everyone is comfortable with, so we can have kind of uniform definitions. We'll get into some of those details, but that's one thing we're working on. And then Kat New, who's working with CARE through the Attorney General's office, has been also really helpful in making sure we are connecting with other resources. So, OES is another member, an ex officio member. I was just talking to an organization this week, a nonprofit that was looking for support around security. It was an LGBT organization in a rural area that was saying, we want to know about are there funds for cameras? So we were pointing them to OES. So I would just say you are highlighting something that is really important to us. As Adam said, we have to make sure we're more effectively coordinating, because people don't care what part of the government you're from. They just need the help. And so it is one of our top priorities to make sure we're connecting all of these different sort of ways in which we work together. And so we're likely to do more of that. And I think that's part of what I think people are looking to the commission for as well.
Let me just add one more thing, which is one of the reasons I think it's so exciting that this commission is being staffed by the Civil Rights Department and is being housed within our department, is that because there are so many different activities, as Becky has been describing and I've been describing, related to hate violence and its environs, we will be able to coordinate internally as well and make sure that all of the efforts are complementary and not duplicative, that we're building on each other's work, we're informed by each other's work. And with respect to the data collection, I just wanted to highlight that as well, to say, one of the subcommittees that we're proposing is a research and data subcommittee to assess and do a literature review of sort of what do we know now and where are the gaps in our knowledge. And then the commission has a budget to procure research or do research that can help fill in the gaps on our knowledge about hate violence in California and effective interventions. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. We will move on to Commissioner Suthers.
Well, thank you, Directors Romero and Monroe, for your presentations. And Director Romero, you actually rolled into my question. First of all, I just want to say that as a veteran of 2 local law enforcement agencies and 1 federal law enforcement agency, I'm always disappointed with the information as it relates to education awareness of those officers who don't understand what hate crimes are. With all due respect, I've been director of the Safe Communities Institute at USC for a number of years. We worked very closely with ADL so we could shore up that education gap in that regard. But I wanted to also understand the trust level with law enforcement doesn't mean that we don't hold them accountable. So what I'd like to ask you both is, are we going to be sharing what we collect with law enforcement, number one? And number two, whose numbers do we rely on now for incident reporting, and whose numbers do we want to rely on going forward? I'm going to throw my professor hat on for a second and say, I used to always say to my students, as W. Edwards Deming once said, without data, you're just someone with an opinion. So I just want to know, as we go forward, who do we look to now for those numbers, knowing that they're grossly underreported, and who will be that source we can count on going forward? Thank you.
So Adam, I'll start on this. I think I see Commissioner Levin smiling. The data issue is one we've worked on for so long at the federal level, and you are absolutely right. It is, we have to do better. The data that we have that will be coming out any day now, actually, and from the federal government in terms of the uniform crime reporting data on hate crimes will definitely underreport the acts of hate that are happening to people in communities. And to your point, data matters. Data not only matters because it's the voice. We always talk to law enforcement about why you want to have better data. It's how you are able to access more resources. But it also sends a really clear message. If you are a member of community that has been targeted for hate and your agency is reporting 0 hate crimes, and you know the people in your community are being targeted for hate, that can undermine all sorts of work that people have done to sort of to build that trust. So I guess I would say a couple of things. In terms of whose data are we looking at now? There has not been a systematic approach to sort of collecting hate incident data at the state level yet. That is what we're trying to start with California versus hate. But we are also trying to do it with some humility and recognizing that the people who are doing it the best are organizations like Stop AAPI Hate, organizations like ADL, organizations that are not SPLC, non-governmental organizations. So we're also working with them to think about, can we kind of capture that information? I was talking to Manju Kulkarni, who's with Stop AAPI Hate, and she said, I would really like to have, I think my state should be able to provide me that information. I should not have to look to NGOs, and I think she's right. So that is part of what we're going to try and do, is to sort of, we are looking at sort of doing data sharing agreements. There's also, the other thing I want to emphasize is, we learned a lot from LA versus hate. The Los Angeles County has been doing work around preventing hate violence and responding to hate violence, and they're capturing that information. So we are lucky in California because we have not only NGOs, but we have counties, we have city governments that have been trying to do this work. Our obligation, this is kind of going back to what Commissioner Sinar was saying, is to make sure we're bringing it all together. So I would tell you, we don't have it now, the incident data. We're going to try and collect it. The other thing I will say, I work with the International Association of Chiefs of Police on their Civil Rights Committee. And with the Civil Rights Committee, one of the things I want to point out is if you look at the IACP's model policy for hate crimes collection, they recommend that departments collect incident data. So I think there is a strong and growing consensus. The other thing I will say is that I've talked to the director of the Post for California, the Police Officer Standards and Training, and he is fantastic and very interested in working with us to try and sort of address some of these issues that you were highlighting, Commissioner Suthers, about sort of law enforcement training and response. So I think we have an opportunity, and especially with the people in this commission, to really think about how we sort of work with law enforcement, but again, recognize if people don't feel safe going to law enforcement, they do not have to. And I think, when you asked about sharing data, we will share, the only data we will share will be anonymized. It will not have an individual's name connected to it. And that is because that is part of earning that trust. We will absolutely share information about what people could be doing differently or better, but we will never, we are not going to betray that trust that people are putting in us when they share information with us.
I do want to just briefly add, part of the role of this body as we work together going forward, part of the explicit statutory role is to provide recommendations on exactly these issues. And so as we form subcommittees later today, we'll be working closely to do just that, including recommendations for law enforcement, recommendations for the legislature, and so on. I want to gently ask that we move a little more quickly towards the end of this comment section. But I know that a few commissioners haven't been heard yet, so I'll turn it back over to Alec.
Okay, thanks, Evan. Commissioner Filer.
Yes, I just had a quick question to Becky Monroe. I think hate crimes against the homeless, is that going to be under this umbrella as well?
So currently, someone's housing status is, as you know, not a protected category, but we are absolutely going to collect, we are the hate crimes, the Stop Hate Resource Line and Network is open to anyone who is targeted for hate. And what I would also say is that often when someone is targeted for hate on the basis of their housing status, it is often intersected with other forms of discrimination they are targeted against. So protected categories around race, color, national origin, gender identity, sexual orientation. So we absolutely will be sort of grappling with that. And that is something, again, as Director Kiss just said, that you may want to discuss as well as a commission. But we will be using the current definition of hate violence, which in California, which is quite broad, does not currently include housing status. But absolutely, we know there's an overlap.
Okay, thanks everyone. I don't see any more hands raised, but if anyone wants to chime in. Okay, we will move on to public comment. Again, comments must pertain to the agenda item that we just discussed, the informational presentation on the Civil Rights Department overview, and we included the instructions on submitting a public comment on the right. So with that, do we have any emailed comments pertaining to this agenda item?
There's no comments on any channel.
Okay, thank you, Mario. And let's see, any additional discussion among commissioners?
I have one more thing, Alec.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Levin, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And one thing that came to mind for me in our conversation and around the data piece are enhanced criminal penalties in hate crime statutes actually working to prevent hate crimes in California or nationally? And I think it would be important to know that, criminal statutes disproportionately target young Black and brown men. And so I think it would be important to have that information, or a way to get that information in particular as it pertains to the work that we will undertake, so that is front of mind for all of us as we think about policy recommendations or as we move ahead. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I'm thrilled you bring that up. There is, Commissioner Sonar has done a lot of work on this as well in terms of thinking about, outside the context of penalty enhancements, what is an effective response to hate. What I will say is, from the Civil Rights Department's perspective right now, we are focusing on what survivors are asking for and wanting. And you are absolutely right that many do not feel safe going through. The criminal legal system has failed people in many different ways. And so thinking about outside of that context, that's why we're looking at providing resources and support. That's why we're looking at the Community Conflict Resolution Unit. But that's another thing that we would love to hear more from you about. How do we sort of address that, and how do we make sure we're meeting those needs, so that when we talk about restorative practices, when we talk about alternatives to the criminal legal system, what can we do? And I think it's an amazing opportunity with the folks who are on this commission to advance the ball there.
And I'll just add that it's an excellent question, and one that this commission could pursue through its research and data collection efforts to try to increase our knowledge about how do different types of policies actually impact hate violence in the state. Do they, does it effectively reduce it, among other questions.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Levin.
Yes, thank you. And there's not a lot of great research on that. Although Wexler and Marks found that in Boston, when the Massachusetts Civil Rights Act was passed, and Boston was the first city in the country to have a hate crime unit, they dropped hate crimes from over 600, about 600 to below 200. But here's the problem. We have a multiplicity of offenders. Some are young first-time offenders. In New York City, 40% of arrestees for hate crime in the first 6 months of this year were classified, and I don't like this classification, as emotionally disturbed person. So we know that in the same way that sometimes homeless people or people who have mental conditions are warehoused carcerally, we wouldn't like to see that. That being said, real briefly, and I think this is important, when LA County was going to pull the plug on all felonies related to hate crimes, and I spoke with the DA there, and they changed their mind. There were only 3 felonies in the pipeline. 2 were attempted murders against transgender people, and 1 was an attack on a Black motorist by a shovel-wielding racist who did stiff arm salutes while saying while his partner said white lives matter. So it's not like we're prosecuting a lot of these under hate crime laws to begin with. And some work that was done by San Francisco some years ago showed that, in particular with regard to transgender, we were not seeing convictions under the hate crime statute. So we need to do more work with this, but also have it be a bit elastic. But my quick point was that when we were in the run-up and getting questioned by folks in the legislature, and again, I'm not trying to step on the experts or the people that are making this possible. We tried to give the targeted violence a bit of a broad sweep, but the law itself in California does not cover some of the people or some of the groups that we might at some point want to pay attention to, such as homeless people, elected officials, and others, because what we're now seeing is what my friend Greg DeGier calls a multi-mission offender. So for instance, Eric Robert Rudolph not only bombed the Olympics, but he also bombed an abortion clinic and a gay bar. So on both things, I'm looking forward to having us examine things with as wide of a sweep to address where these issues are coming from, and particularly for the homeless who suffer so much. I was on the board of the National Coalition for the Homeless for some years, and for a while we were seeing more homicides of unhoused people by domiciled people who did not have a motive like drugs or financial gain than all the other homicides for many years that the FBI was counting for hate crime. So it's a big problem. The undocumented people, the homeless people, I want to make sure that to the extent that the law allows, that we covered these vulnerable populations as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Levin. And Commissioner Sanar.
Yeah, I think the issue flagged about the effectiveness of law enforcement responses is a really important one. And I don't want to weigh in sort of substantively right now, because I'm sure we'll have a chance to get much more into those really complicated questions in our future work. But the one thing that I would say that it might be useful, just as we are beginning to think about that question, to sort of separate out is that there's one question about whether hate crime laws that lead to sentence enhancements make a difference kind of above and beyond what might be the ordinary prosecution of a crime. So that's a question related to sentencing enhancements, which is one of the main things that the hate crime laws as constituted currently do. And there's a separate question about whether law enforcement responses of any kind to hate crimes make a difference. So just, I think we sometimes blend the two, and we think about hate crime, in other words, there's a difference between prosecuting a particular crime and prosecuting it as a hate crime with an intended sentence enhancement. And I think when we think about the data, or we think about what we know about deterrence, those two questions, it's sort of useful to separate out.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Damsky.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation. I learned a lot listening to everyone's comments. What came up for me was questions about what, if anything, can we do when hate crimes are committed by someone who is then either described or diagnosed as having a mental health issue. And a lot of times it feels to me like someone's being let off responsibility for their actions when that happens. So I don't know if looking at health related issues about mental status are part of the purview of this commission, but it's an issue that I think is really important for us to look at.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Kevin to do a couple more intros.
Yeah, we had a couple more people join us as representatives of the legislature, and I would love for them to be able to introduce themselves to the public and to the commissioners. So let's start with Garrett Layton.
Hi, my name is Garrett Layton. Sorry not to speak up earlier, but I'm representing the Legislative Jewish Caucus along with Max, who will speak, and Assemblymember Gabriel, who's the chair of that caucus. We'd just like to extend our thanks to Assemblymember Bloom for continuing to engage today on this impassioned work, even after leaving the legislature. Thanks to all of the members of this commission and to the Civil Rights Department for spearheading and facilitating the fight against hate. And we're really looking forward to seeing the mission of the commission be realized. So thank you.
Thank you. Max McDowell.
Hi, I'm representing Senator Scott Wiener, Vice Chair of the Legislative Jewish Caucus, as well as the Jewish Caucus, along with Garrett, and echoing everything Garrett said. You know, we're having a fun day over here in our office on the topic of hate. So this is a very timely meeting, and thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Okay, thanks everyone. And now would be great. I think we've reached our 2 hour mark, or excuse me, hour and a half mark. And we decided we would go on a break. So let's say about 5 minutes to make things easier. How about we return at 11:05? So this will be about a 7-minute break. Does that work? Okay, thanks everyone. I will see you in 7 minutes. Okay, and Commissioner Sanar and Damsky, if you're there, if you could turn on your video just so we know that you're there. Thank you. Okay, I think everyone's here. Welcome back, everyone. We will now move on. Oh, actually, one second. Can everyone see my screen okay? Okay.
We can, yep.
Great. We will skip to. There we go. Thank you. Agenda item number 6, informational presentation on the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Let us begin. So as we've discussed, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act is a statute that provides the public a seat at the table at bodies such as this one. So if you read the act, it begins with stating and declaring that it is the public policy of the state that public agencies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business, and the proceedings of public agencies be conducted openly so that the public may remain informed. In enacting this article, this act, the legislature finds and declares that actions of state agencies be taken openly and that their deliberation be conducted openly. So this applies to this commission. And I'll go through the details of the act, or at least the relevant details of the act, but just to give you a brief overview, executive summary here. We just want to emphasize that commission meetings must be open and public. The commission must provide a notice and agenda to the public for all meetings 10 calendar days in advance. The commission must conduct its meetings and make its decisions in public, and the commission must allow all persons to attend and participate in its meetings. And I'll go over what this looks like and what the details are around this. So who is covered by the Bagley-Keene Act? As we discussed, this commission, but more generally, state bodies that consist of multiple members created by statute or required by law to conduct official meetings. Bagley-Keene also applies to subcommittees of 3 or more members created by the commission. And it also applies to delegated bodies. So if this commission delegates its powers to another body, that body would be subject to the Bagley-Keene Act. So what constitutes a meeting in the Act? So a meeting is defined as a gathering or communication, and that communication part is key, and we'll discuss that in a bit. Defined as any congregation of a majority of the members of the commission at the same time and place to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission. And we'll go through what this really looks like. So the Act defines communication fairly broadly and not necessarily intuitively. So this is why we go over this. You know, that a meeting, according to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, includes serial meetings. And serial meetings are instances where communications taken as a whole involve the majority of members. In this instance, communications do not necessarily need to occur at the same location or the same place. So this would include a reply all in an email chain between all 9 of the commissioners. It also might, it also includes situations where there's sort of linear communication. So if Commissioner 1 talks to Commissioner 2 about something, Commissioner 2 relays that information to Commissioner 3, who relays that information to Commissioner 4. That information essentially traveled between the commissioners and in essence is a sort of serial meeting. It also covers this situation where there could be hub and spoke communications. So this is the diagram on the right, where perhaps there's one commissioner in the middle, and then all the other commissioners talk to that commissioner, who then in turn talks to all the other commissioners. And the idea here is that the information has traveled between all the commissioners, and they effectively, indirectly communicated official business without properly noticing that. So all these things are covered by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Some communications are permitted among commission members, of course. So obviously this public meeting, but also other instances. So members may engage in purely social conversations with other members, of course. They also may attend conferences or similar events. You might find yourselves in similar places. Purely social or ceremonial events, local public meetings, and open and public meetings of another state body, as long as these members do not discuss commission business amongst themselves. So that's the key. Members may also communicate individually with members of the public to share the work of the commission and to receive comments from the public. The commission is allowed to establish subcommittees, as we've mentioned a few times at this point. And these subcommittees that act in an advisory capacity only do need to comply with the open meeting requirements if these subcommittees consist of 3 or more members. 2-member subcommittees are not subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, but they must be careful not to discuss commission business in private meetings with any other commission member outside of a public meeting. Meetings can be conducted by teleconference or video conference, as we know. That's what we're doing today. There are certain requirements related to the physical location of commissioners and other things for a meeting normally, and especially before COVID. During COVID, an exemption was carved out so that we don't have to meet these physical location requirements. So for example, for today's meeting, each teleconference location from which the member will be participating in a public meeting does not need to be identified in the notice and agenda of the meeting. Before COVID, we did have to identify that. Today, no physical location needs to be provided for the public to attend or participate in the meeting if they're allowed to participate by teleconference or other electronic means. Agendas don't need to be posted at teleconference locations at the moment. Then there is no requirement that at least one member of the state body be physically present at the location specified in the notice of the meeting. Now, this exemption, this sort of carve out that we have, is set to expire June 30th, 2023, and reinstated July 1st, 2023. Pending, unless the legislature or the governor acts and actually extends this sunset. But for now, we don't have physical location requirements. We may in the future. Bagley-Keene Act also provides that the commission should issue a 10-day notice before public meetings. So this 10-day notice must be sent to everyone who has requested a copy, sent to the members, and posted online, and include the name, phone number, and address of someone who can answer questions about the meeting and agenda, and include the website address. The commission must also provide an agenda, and this agenda is required to have a brief general description of each item to be discussed. And this agenda should provide enough, the idea is the agenda should provide enough information to help the public determine whether they should attend or participate in the meeting. And this applies to both open session and closed session meetings. And I'll discuss that in a bit. The commission, and this is actually very important, the commission may not discuss or act on matters not included in the agenda. So for today's agenda, you'll see that we had certain items. If a certain item falls outside of those agenda items, the commission may not discuss or act on it. And issues that arise during the meeting, what we can do is note those items and include them on the next agenda. Public access and participation is obviously a core component of these public meetings. So as I mentioned before, meetings are open to the public. Also, all votes that we take in the meetings, those votes will be open and there are no secret ballots allowed. The meetings must be ADA compliant. The commission may not impose any conditions on public attendance at a meeting, including no discrimination of attendance based on a protected characteristic, and there can be no entrance fee. Public comment is also an important component of a public meeting. So the commission must take public comments on agenda items, as you've seen we've been doing so far, before or during the commission discussion. The commission must allow critical comments. But the Bagley-Keene Act does allow for reasonable time limits on public comment. So there can be time limits per speaker, as we've done today, where we have 3 minutes per speaker. And there also can be limits on the total time for public comment. Now, there are certain exceptions to an open meeting. So there can be closed session in very limited circumstances. So I encourage you to read the Bagley-Keene Act if you haven't done so. There are several, it enumerates essentially basically the conditions under which you can conduct closed session. A few of the key ones that I noted here are things related to personnel matters, administrative disciplinary matters, conferring with legal counsel about pending litigation, or in the case of threat of criminal or terrorist activity. Those can be conducted in closed session, and there are a host of requirements that we have to meet in order to have those closed sessions. If the commission violates Bagley-Keene Act, there are remedies. So for example, decisions can be overturned because the commission violated the act. There is a potential for a lawsuit, and it can be considered a misdemeanor if it is proven that the intent of the member in violating the act, the intent of the member was to deceive the public. So I just want to let you all know about that. Okay, and that is the rapid overview of the Bagley-Keene Act. I encourage you to read it. There are a lot of resources online. And now I will open the floor to commissioner discussion. It looks like Commissioner Sanar has raised her hand. Commissioner Sanar?
Yes, thank you. I'd love to hear more just about suggested mechanisms of communication for example, subcommittees. So for instance, if you've got a subcommittee that has 3 members and someone wants to share a new report that came out about hate crimes, is it actually against the Open Meeting Act to have an email chain with 3 commission members where you're just sharing information rather than deliberating or making decisions pertaining to what the commission will ultimately recommend?
That's a great question. I haven't encountered that specific nuance. I don't know if anyone else on the call has any recommendations for that.
I can weigh in. So because in your example, you had 3 commissioners that would qualify for the open meeting requirements. If it were a subcommittee, however, of 2 members, then those types of emails could occur. And so for that reason, as we discuss the various subcommittees that we propose, we would recommend only 2 members of the commission be on each subcommittee to allow for discussion among the subcommittee members. And then during public formal open meetings, the subcommittees can report back to the full commission and the public about their work and recommendations and other sorts of issues that they'd like to raise.
May I just ask a follow-up? So just given that there will be substantial overlap potentially with what the various subcommittees of 2 members are discussing, is there a prohibition against a member of one subcommittee from informing or sharing information with an individual on another committee of 2 members? I'm just trying to get a sense of practically how can a commission that's devoted to information sharing and understanding the problem of hate crimes really operate in an environment where there's no central communication that seems to be permitted beyond 2-member blocks?
You're focusing in on a fundamental balance that the legislature made in the Bagley-Keene Act. It would need to be an open meeting that is publicly noticed if one member of a subcommittee shared the work of that subcommittee with another member of a different subcommittee outside of the normal channels that we've been describing. That's the sort of chain of communication that Alec described.
I want to add something really quickly. This is burdensome, and the public policy behind it is openness. The staff, including all of us who work at CRD, we cannot play a role in conveying information related to the work or requiring decisions, because that would also violate the Open Meeting Act, but we can speak freely to each of you individually. And so there is a role that we can play at the Civil Rights Department in providing information to folks. There's also the reality that we can call a meeting at any time if we need to, as long as we have a quorum to discuss whatever might need to be discussed more openly than can be done among subcommittees. But yes, as Adam pointed out, there is a tension between efficiency and openness.
Commissioner Levin.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to wrap my hands around this because I travel through the state, especially now that I'm not going to be teaching and just doing policy work. I'd like to be able to meet with my fellow commissioners even singly. But if I go to San Diego and there are 3 of them there, can I meet with one at a time? Or I wanted to congratulate all the wonderful commissioners, and I was afraid to send an email to everybody. So what are the circumstances? I know that we have, for instance, with Professor Sinar, we're involved in a symposia on hate, so that would have been exempted. But how do we can we meet? When I go up to L, can I meet with Dr. Southers? Or if I do I not talk about commission business? Those are some things I just want to make sure that I personally don't hit a tripwire on.
Thanks, Commissioner Levin, for asking. And yeah, that's the trickiness of it. So I appreciate your, I guess, discretion, or I guess cautious approach to this. Address, I think you brought up 3 scenarios, right? So having coffee, yes, as long as you're not discussing commission business. Of course, you have to be careful there. Being at a conference, yes, you can be at the conference, just don't discuss commission business with each other. And what was the 3rd scenario? I think it was, yeah, actually talking about commission business. So that's the key thing, is discussing potential items that are commission business, or things that the commission might be grappling with. Does that help? Okay. Commissioner Filer. Oh, sorry, was there a follow-up to that?
Just before we turn to Commissioner Filer, I do want to say we at the Civil Rights Department have quite a bit of experience with this, because we do have another body, the Civil Rights Council, which is a rulemaking body, and we'll be inviting council members to speak to you and vice versa going forward. And we are able to do quite a bit of, the council is a rulemaking body, so actually charged with interpreting and promulgating formal regulations through the rulemaking body. We're able to do that work through the subcommittee mechanism. And I anticipate that we'll be able to do the same with this commission, but don't hesitate to ask us, any of us at the department, if you have any specific concerns or there's a specific scenario that you want guidance on.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Filer.
This is under the same question of what we're allowed to do, and I know we're going to learn more and more as we go forward in our commission. But so if I made an introduction, if I wanted to introduce 2 commissioners to someone else through an email, that is considered a is that a violation of this act?
So a situation where you're introducing 2 commissioners to 1 non-commissioner.
Yes, but there's three, that involves three of us. I already have somebody I want to introduce to some of these other commissioners. Is that something that has to then be public knowledge?
Depending on the content of the conversation, I think is, what we have to be careful about there. So if it's just purely an introduction, I would assume that's not commission business. That's okay.
It's going to be, I'm even, so should we run that through you? Like if we want to make an introduction between some commissioners, then let's say, I'll throw it out, UCLA is doing research on hate. If I want to introduce two commissioners to that body there, that is our business. So that would have to be run through how do we do that?
I would say that scenario sounds like it might be a bit tricky. And so I think this is where, feel free to lean on us and email us to see how we can do this in a way, because obviously in your professional capacity, these things are going to come up outside of the commission work. And so we can figure out if there's a way we can strike that balance in that situation.
So that the answer is always run it by you guys, whether this is appropriate or not, before we act, just to be safe, particularly in the beginning right now.
I think that's a good approach for sure. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add.
I think folks will get the hang of it as we go along, but yes, if there's any doubt now, just ask and we can facilitate whatever needs to be done in a way that doesn't run afoul of the Bagley-Keene Act.
Okay, Commissioner Cuellar.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, but we're able to speak to either of any of the staff, correct? More than two. So if I send an email and I attach Kevin and Alex, I'm fine.
Correct.
Perfect.
Thanks for asking. Any other questions? Okay, with that, we will turn it over to the public comment period.
Sorry, I do have a question.
Oh, yeah.
My hand is hard to see because of the brown hand against the background.
No, I didn't see it. Thank you.
Yeah, I had just put in a comment in the chat, but I might as well ask it. So I just wanted to clarify, one commissioner can talk to a single other commissioner about commission, including about commission business, if there's not serial communication and it's intended to get to somebody additional. Is that correct?
That's my reading of the act. I think, I think that's a hard thing to balance. So as you do that, just be very careful, right? To make sure that that doesn't get passed down to other commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Levin.
Sorry about this, but I just want to make sure because there are a multitude of communities I want to see protected. So is it okay for me to talk to one commissioner, for instance, about religious violence, for instance, and then on the same day, without referencing or interfacing those, us two talk about to another commissioner about violence against the transgendered community? In other words, can I engage in discrete, focused discussions with different commissioners on different topics, as long as I don't hub it?
I believe so, as long as that information is not traveling from one commissioner to you, which is then being traveled back to the second commissioner that you talk to. Does that make sense?
I should always say just between us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. But I could contact, for instance, tomorrow, every commissioner, if I wanted to talk about not that I'm going to do that, but I just want to make sure, in other words, if I wanted to talk to one commissioner about issues in the Native American community with regard to victimization, and then I wanted to talk to another commissioner about the disabled community, or another commissioner about the horrifying rise that we're seeing in transgender or anti-Semitism, I can do that as long as, like, I'm playing, I guess, different checker, like those chess champs that do 7 games at once, as long as I'm not mixing them all.
Yes, but you know, in that scenario, just be very careful. It'd almost be challenging to think about, you know, not having that information travel between different people if you had 7 conversations about the same thing, or similar things on the same
And
day.
I would recommend, as we move into the portion of the agenda that covers subcommittees, we will be asking for the creation and for you all to vote on certain subcommittees today. You all can form, this is within your discretion, right? So you can form subcommittees on any topic. And I would strongly recommend, if you're planning on kind of sustained activity in any particular area, to form a subcommittee of 2 members for that particular area so that we're just absolutely sure that we're within the confines of the act.
And of course, any commission business can be discussed in a public meeting. So if you want to, you know, save discussion topics, you know, you can email those to us. We can put that on the agenda, and then you all can talk freely amongst yourselves in a meeting. Okay, any other questions? Okay, with that, we'll move on to public comment. Just a reminder, comments must pertain to the current agenda item on the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Do we have any emailed comments?
There are no public comments on any channel.
Okay, thank you, Mariel. Okay, and then at this point, we will transition, we will come back to the commission for any additional discussion. Okay, seeing no, oh, I do see a hand. Commissioner Levin.
Sorry about this, but one of the things when we were thinking of putting this thing together was the importance of the bully pulpit of this commission. So if there is an exigent situation, God forbid, where it would be imperative for us to have either a partial meeting or a small meeting, or where we want someone not to censor themselves. In other words, God forbid there's an attack against one community. I think it's so important that at least we have some mechanism for either some commissioners, one commissioners, two, to speak out against it. And we can also use that as an educational opportunity and an opportunity to get that 833 number out.
Thank you for that. There is going to be an event at some point that the commission may feel called upon to comment on or to issue a statement. We're going to be talking about this in detail when we talk about our handbook and the election of officers. When we get to that, you'll hear our proposal, which is that any commissioner should feel confident to speak in their individual capacity. And then we have a proposed protocol for the commission to speak as a whole through a chair. And then in terms of convening a meeting, yes, we can convene a meeting at any time, including on an exigent basis, schedules permitting. So that's something that is certainly possible as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, thank you, everyone. We will move on to the next agenda item, discussion and action regarding the proposed commission policy manual. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Adam Romero.
Thanks, Alec. The commission's policy manual is posted online on the commission's website, which is also linked here. So to view the policy manual on the web page, click on Meetings and Agenda, and then download attachment A. And we're going to send the link directly to the attachment A, I think, to the chat right now. Thank you. So let me just say a few words about the handbook and then open the floor for discussion. So this handbook was carefully written by our department to guide the work of the commission. Many of the policies and procedures and its structure are set by statute. Others are drawn from the policy manuals of similar public bodies in California. If there are elements of the policy manual that the commission would like to change, we can discuss that today and adopt minor changes in real time. But if after the discussion today, there are many proposed revisions or any that are particularly complex, we would recommend that the commission vote to create a subcommittee to address the requested changes with department staff, and then to propose a revised policy manual to the body at the next meeting. But if we were to do that, our recommendation is to adopt this version now so that we have an operations manual and then to revise it further. So with that, I will open it up to discussion from the commissioners or among the commissioners. Commissioner Filer.
Let me make sure I'm off mute. Yes. I just had a question, and this is just to help me understand in the manual, so I'm approaching this correctly. You know, in defacing a property, let's say a swastika painted on public property, is that something that is considered like can be legally prosecuted under a hate crime? It's some clarification that I needed.
I mean, depending on the circumstances, I think yes, if that is, you know, meets the definition. We actually have provided for you the definitions of a hate crime under the Penal Code, as well as a violation of the Ralph Civil Rights Act. And so, I mean, I don't know the facts of the case, but certainly seems to fall within both of those statutes. Commissioner Suthers.
Yes, Director Romero, if I could just follow on to Commissioner Filer's comment. Therein lies some of the challenges we face in an instance, as you've just described, where law enforcement will define that as vandalism and vandalism only. And unfortunately, the whole hate crime component is lost. And so I champion what you've just mentioned with as your example, because those are the kinds of incidents that we see every week that get reported as a vandalism or a battery, absent the really important component of the motivation for that act happening, and it's lost. So thank you.
Commissioner Filer.
Sorry, I want to thank Commissioner Suthers, because I do think that that pertains to a lot of defacing of public property that happens that are really more hate crimes than, you know, vandalism. So thank you.
Let me ask Commissioner Filer and Suthers, is there a clarification in the policy manual that's needed to address this, or was it more just a general question based on the statutes we included in here?
I'm going to just speak for myself. It was more clarification for me. I think it's embedded in there. It was sort of me sorting that out and looking at how things, and I think Commissioner Suthers really answered it for me. It's the way it's reported more than the way we look at it. So there may be something we're going to have to do around the reporting of these incidents to really have it follow what we've written in, you know, under our manual.
Thank you. Commissioner Suthers.
I was just going to say early on that the handbook, as I reviewed it, looks very, very well done. I just want to commend whoever put this together. I think as it stands right now, it certainly will give us a start. If we ever have to amend it, we probably could, but I think it adequately describes and defines the terms that we need to use to move forward.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, so Commissioner Salcedo.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Commissioner Suthers just mentioned in terms of the well-written document that we're all reviewing. Thank you.
And let me commend Assistant Deputy Director Watts, who led the charge on this. Okay, any further discussion among the commissioners? Seeing none, we can turn to public comment.
No public comment on any channel.
Thank you, Mariel. Turning back to the commission, any further thoughts? Seeing none, at this stage, our proposal is to have a commissioner make a motion to adopt the policy manual in attachment A for the commission. We'll need then a second to the motion, and then we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Suthers.
I'll motion to adopt the current handbook.
Thank you. I think that was Commissioner Cuellar.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Salcedo. And let's take a roll call vote.
Okay, let's see, Commissioner Che,
Yes.
Commissioner Cuellar,
Yes.
Commissioner Damsky,
Yes.
Commissioner Filer,
Yes.
Commissioner Levin,
Yes.
Commissioner Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Salcedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suthers.
Yes.
Okay, we have 9 yeses.
I would like to add just a brief comment here. Sorry, Alec, which is having just had our first vote. I want to, which was unanimous. Congratulations. Not every vote of this or any body will be unanimous, and I just wanted to say in this moment that that is fine. You are allowed to disagree. You are allowed to dissent. You are allowed to abstain, and there is no problem with doing any of that as we move forward with the work of this body.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Now we will move on to the next agenda item 8, discussion and election of the chair. So just a brief overview for all of you. If you read the statute that essentially authorizes this commission, it states that the members shall elect one of their number to serve as chairperson of the commission, which is what we will do today. We wrote up some responsibilities of the chair based on precedent from similar public bodies. You might have seen this in the policy manual, but I'll just go over this now just in case. One of the responsibilities of the chair will be to coordinate regularly with the senior advisor to stay abreast of day-to-day operations, including establishing meeting protocols, setting meeting schedules, and agendas. The chair will also manage each meeting of the commission. So this will consist of prioritizing, moving and removing agenda items as needed, among other things, also familiarizing themselves and applying during the meetings Robert's Rules of Order, so to be able to run the meetings. The commission chair will also be responsible for representing the commission as a body before external entities as necessary. And the commission chair will also ensure that the commission is in compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and policies, including the requirements of AB 1126, the Bagley-Keene Act, which we've discussed, and the Public Records Act. We should say these are initial responsibilities that we drafted. Upon a majority vote of the commission may also act to expand the authority of the chair if you all wish. Yeah, and I see a question. We'll get to that in 1 second. So the chair term. So for the first chair, just given the timing and the calendar, the first chair will serve until the first meeting of 2024. So about, a year and a couple months, essentially. Thereafter, election of the chair shall occur annually at the first meeting of each year, and the chair will serve for about a year. We did develop a chair nomination procedure. Again, this is based on precedent from similar bodies. There's a few steps, so I'll just kind of go through how we could do this. So the first step of becoming chair is that a member must express interest in being chair. So they must announce that, and we'll have a portion later on in this agenda item to ask for if anyone's interested in becoming chair. However, they can't nominate themselves, and a member must be nominated by another member to be eligible to receive votes for chair. Again, a member cannot nominate themselves. A member may nominate more than one candidate. And if agreed upon by a majority of the members present, a candidate may give a short, about 1 minute statement explaining why they should be elected. So again, so essentially the order of operations here is someone announces their willingness, another person nominates them, and then we vote on whether the candidates can give a short statement, and then statements happen or not, and then we do a vote. Now, where this gets tricky is that we might have multiple candidates. The chair election procedure is that members may vote for only one member. And if when we vote, no member receives greater than 50% of the vote, we'll have a second round of voting. And this shall occur between the two nominees who receive the greatest number of votes in the first round. So a sort of runoff, if you're familiar with that. The candidate with the most votes becomes chair and assumes duties at the end of this meeting. And in the event of a tie, the CRD director or their delegate shall break the tie at the meeting or in the next publicly noticed meeting. Okay, I know that was a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, I see Commissioner Levin has a question. Commissioner Levin, do you mind unmuting and asking that?
Yeah, I think it would be great because this commission represents the heart and diversity of California. And I would love to see a vice chair as well, because having a couple of diverse folks, whoever they are, I think sends a message when God forbid there's another tragedy of some sort, or to assist the chair if there's some exigent situation. So I think that might affect how folks may or may not want to be chair to begin with. And also, again, I think can serve the purpose of someone who can play shortstop too when necessary.
Okay, thank you for your comments. So we do have an agenda item later on to elect additional officers. But Commissioner Levin, I understand your point that voting on chair might be dependent on whether we create that position. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, there might be someone who says, well, you know what, maybe I think I could serve a role as vice chair or something to that effect. But also I think, God forbid, if there's an event where there's an exigency, a lot of stuff sometimes happens over the weekend, where a chair and a vice chair can say, this runs counter to the respect and dignity of all members of the state, of all residents of the state of California, and to have two folks doing that, I think accomplishes the symbolism of showing that we work in unity as a diverse body. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I see Commissioner Salcedo has her hand up, but I also want to make sure that we just address this comment from Commissioner Levin if anybody has follow-up comments on this or questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely serves a purpose to have, I don't want to say a vice chair, but perhaps considering having co-chairs, right? So two people who could support one another through this process, but could also be available in the event that the other person may not, for, you know, I don't know, like an emergency response to anything. Plus, I think it also helps supporting, you know, with the duties, right? So like not everything just falls on one individual, but there's a support, you know, from one another. And I think it could perhaps work better. So I would like to make a motion that we consider having a 2 co-chairs. And I hope that I can get a second.
Okay, so we have a motion for 2 co-chairs.
I second that.
Before we move to a motion, I think there's further discussion among commissioners and there may be some feedback from the department as well as to this item. Thank you. Commissioner Damsky.
Actually, if there's a motion and if there's a second, then the discussion takes place. It's not prior to having a second, having a second to a motion. So the discussion can happen now because there is a second now.
Okay, and any discussion on, let's see, the motion was to have a co-chair.
I can speak to that. I like both ideas of having either a 2 co-chairs or a chair and a vice chair. Obviously, our policies and procedures would need to spell out how to differentiate duties if we had a chair and a vice chair, or how 2 co-chairs would work together. Currently, our policies and procedures, our manual doesn't include that information. But for all the reasons mentioned, I like the idea of having 2 people work together. And I like the idea of co-chairs better than a chair and a vice chair, if we can figure out how those duties will be split between them equally.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Damsky.
I do think really quickly as a formal matter, we need to skip, which we can do, to the agenda item, which is the establishment of other officers, which is on the agenda. So we can take this, we can have this discussion and take this vote because it is already on the agenda as opposed to postponing it to another meeting. So I'm just asking that we skip to agenda item 9, discussion of additional officers and election as a formal matter as we have this discussion. And then I did have a comment on the co-chair, vice chair discussion, but perhaps we should hear from the other commissioners who want to speak on this first.
Okay, yeah, let's continue with the commissioner discussion. We also have recommendations from the department that we can go over with you all after that. Commissioner Salcedo.
I'm sorry, I think that was an old hand. I didn't bring it
Okay.
up. I apologize.
Sorry about that. Commissioner Roybal.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, which is, does the department have a recommendation, and what is the practice of the other commissions in the state around, like what's the precedent around it? That's the questions I have.
Okay. I'll have to get back to you in terms of the precedent of other bodies. That's a great question. If anyone on the call has any thoughts on that.
Did you want to weigh in on this?
Sorry, you were asking me, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least in my experience of the Civil Rights Council, which is also within our department, there's been a single chair, not a co-chair. And I would also highlight that AB 1126 states that the commission shall elect one of their members to be the chair. So there's just a question of statutory, possible statutory limitations, but certainly understand all of the important reasons why having someone else to carry the load of the chair, to help carry the load of the chair, makes a lot of sense. Our recommendation prior to the meeting was to have one chair, allow the commission to start its work, and then revisit the question of future officers down the road as the subcommittees start to do their work. And that's because the statute also requires each subcommittee to have a chair. And so there's a lot of opportunities for chairpersonships across the commission. And so from our perspective, we worried about a lot of formality that would be hard to administer, but certainly, again, appreciate the all the reasons why having a co-chair or vice chair makes a lot of sense, from responding to incidents that may occur or other types of things that have been mentioned. Thank you.
So can I ask a clarifying question about that? Does that mean that because the statute lists just the co-chair, or sorry, lists just a single chair, that the commission is bound by statute to actually follow that? And if the commission wanted to create, I know that the recommendation from CRD is to talk about officers later down the road, but it sounds like there is some energy around having a second officer role, that the commission could establish the vice chair role today, and that would not be in violation of the statute.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just to kind of reiterate what the statute says, thanks for bringing that up, Adam. It does state the members shall elect one of their number to serve as chairperson of the commission. Okay.
Just to follow up on that really quickly. Sorry, the statute goes on to say that the commission may appoint officers from its membership. So officers of any kind, right? I don't believe that we need a secretary, a treasurer, things like that for this particular body, although that's something that the commission can certainly think of. But as Adam and Alec have said, a vice chair would clearly be within the purview of the statute.
Okay, how about we move on to commissioner discussion? And I'm sorry if I'm going out of order here, but let's start with Commissioner Che.
Oh, I think Commissioner Quayler was before me, but if you don't mind me going, okay, thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate the tenor of the conversation, in which the heart of it is about shared leadership. And so from the perspective of being a commissioner and having served on boards, and also from the perspective of staff, I understand this notion of having one chair, but also knowing that the other committees will have chairs. So there will be plenty of shared leadership opportunities. I would like to advocate for the vice chair position, because for our board and our organization, it becomes like a pipeline for helping individuals to learn what the role of the chair is. And there can be some instances of continuity, and at times when the chair is unavailable, that vice chair could certainly step in. So those are some of the reasons that I think we might go forward. But again, I do with that strategy, but I do appreciate the desire to have representation and various voices. And I think that will come through our committee work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cuellar.
Yeah, I definitely would echo what Commissioner Choi just said. Me as serving as the chair now of my tribe, we do have a vice chair, and I work very closely with my vice chair. If I'm not available, then my vice chair would step in and run the meeting and things like that. So I would also recommend a vice chair. And I know that to stay in compliance with the handbook that we have now, I would recommend just voting maybe later on a vice chair, but also just echoing what Commissioner Salcedo and everybody else said about us, making sure that we are a shared team, and that we all can express our opinions and be able to do that together. I think that's very important. But for purposes of being in compliance with the handbook, I would suggest that we move forward with maybe doing a vice chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Salcedo.
Thanks so much. I'm a little confused, because I understand that there's this discussion right now, but there was also the suggestion that we move into the next agenda item. So yeah, I'm a little confused about the process. I think we need to think about that. But also I understand, that this could be a controversy in terms of the legislation that was put forth and what it says in terms of selecting one person. And also what Commissioner Choi said in terms of, that's typically how particularly government structures work, right? Or commissions. And so yeah, I guess because of the legislation that, if it was to change, it would take a long time. I would be okay, I guess, amending my my motion for the time being to perhaps move into having a chair and a vice chair. So again, I guess I'm not completely sure of the process, but
Thank you, Commissioner Salcedo. The process is, we should discuss openly the process. And so we moved into this agenda item so that we could vote on this issue. You do have a pending motion that has been seconded, right, to create a co-chair. In your last comment, so we will either take a vote on that or you will amend your motion, withdraw and then amend to make it a different one. And you can do that at any time. And we'll have to decide on the one that's pending and that will be your choice. But before we move into that, I think it would probably be a good idea to hear from the folks that we haven't heard from yet on this item so that everybody has everyone's opinions before there's an actual vote. Does that make sense to you?
yeah, but I was just in terms of the process, right? Because we were in the middle of the motion, but then there was the suggestion to move into the next agenda item. And so there's discussion, but it's not, to me at least, it's not very clear if it's about the next agenda item or if it's about the motion. And so I think we in some ways need to keep those things separate because they are, right? Although they're interrelated, right? So just for process, I guess. Yeah.
So the process is this: the council or the commission, sorry, cannot take action on something that isn't in the agenda. This is in the agenda. And so when you moved, we moved to the agenda item that allows the commission to take action in the form of a vote. So that was just a procedural mechanism to get us to where we are, agenda item 9, so that we can vote on it. And then it will be your decision whether to we move forward to a vote on the motion that you made and that was seconded, or whether you want to amend that motion.
So, okay, so because of the piece of legislation, right? Like the law says that we cannot have two co-chairs, right? It says that we should elect one person to be the chair, right? And so that's the law. So we can have two co-chairs, right? So I am amending my motion to move to the second option, which is, a chair and a vice chair as it was suggested. And so I'm willing to amend the motion if Commissioner Cuellar is still second the motion as amended.
And I'd ask if it's okay with you if we hear from the rest of the commissioners who want to speak on this topic before we move to the vote, Because you can call for the vote or a second and a vote. I think it would be useful to hear from everyone before there is a vote, but
For sure.
Okay, great.
But just so that we're clear, it's on this motion. It's not on the next agenda item, right? Like, because I think it was a little confusing to me.
Okay, understood.
So what I think happened, Commissioner Salcedo, if I can, I think you were ahead of the agenda in your thought process. And so when you made that motion, it was on the agenda as item number 9 to discuss about the chairs and the voting. So I think you were just ahead of the agenda. And so that's why we moved into item number 9 to discuss that, to keep the discussion going on that matter. Am I clear on that? I think so. I hope so. Thanks.
Okay, I'm trying to set up, we should, so I think we have a motion, Commissioner Salcedo, tell me if I'm wrong, a motion to amend the motion to have a vice chair, is that correct?
Yeah, it's just an amendment to the original motion, yes.
Okay, I think we could proceed to see if we have a second on that, and then we can have a discussion on that, if that that procedure makes sense to folks.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we come to discussion on the motion to elect a vice chair, to have a vice chair position. We have 2 hands up, Commissioner Roybal.
I don't have any further comment on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Damsky.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's intention for fairness and inclusion of as much diversity in the leadership of our commission as possible. What I'd like to hear from our staff is a little bit about your experience of what other commissions that are about the same size as ours is, how they have handled this question. Thank you.
The other body within our department that's similar is called the Civil Rights Council, that has the regulatory authority under our civil rights laws. And in my experience, it is similar sized and similarly composed, and has 1 chair and no other officers. But Kevin, in your longer experience, have there been other officers?
There have not been other officers of that body, and there really isn't, there hasn't been an administrative need for other officers. But I'm mindful of the comments that folks on this commission have made about the fact that this commission is not a rulemaking body. You're not going to be promulgating regulations that go through the formal process. You may be called upon to respond in real time to events on the ground. And so from that perspective, I certainly understand why it could be helpful to have another officer in the form of a vice chair, as Commissioner Salcedo has moved, who could step into the role in the event that the chair couldn't, or the chair has to be absent from a meeting or whatever. Of course, staff can run a meeting in the absence of a chair, but having a vice chair would allow for that to happen. So I don't really see any major hurdle administratively, especially since it would be 2 commissioners. And so our staff could communicate with them freely as 2 commissioners about the administrative work of the role, which would include approving agenda items, collecting and approving agenda items, and the other administrative tasks that were in the presentation that Alec Watts gave us. So I don't see any concern. The only thing that I'll flag is the communications piece, which in the handbook that this body has voted to approve grants to the chair the authority to speak on behalf of the commission, not to a vice chair. And so if we do move forward and the commission approves the creation of a vice chair, I would recommend as a subsequent motion that the commission vote to establish a subcommittee on the handbook to amend the handbook to lay out the duties of the vice chair more formally. But that doesn't have to happen before we have the vote on the vice chair. We can vote to have a vice chair if that's the desire of a majority of the commissioners. Then we can vote on who that will be. And then we can vote on whether there will be a subcommittee to amend the handbook to create a more formalized set of duties that can then be voted on at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Salcedo.
So I guess we need to take a vote at some point after the comments, right, on this particular motion. I would definitely consider a motion to perhaps review and deeply review and revise the handbook if needed. As we know, these documents are living documents, right? Like it can change. And so I think that would perhaps be a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Salcedo, and Commissioner Filer.
Yes, I just want to understand also, this is under the leadership frame that we're talking about, but in terms of, responding in our communities, it's going to be public knowledge. We're all commissioners. If we do get a call from, let's say, some outlet, news or whatever, on comments, will we need to say you need to reach out to our chair, and I'm going to say, and vice chair, if we so choose, to respond to those comments? Are our hands tied in responding to comments if we are approached by other community leaders or news outlets?
That is a really great question. And Alec, I'm wondering if you can share on the screen the section of the handbook that talks about communication with outside parties. Is that
Sure.
possible?
Yeah, give me 1 second to kind of get everything.
Because again, I mean, I really appreciate what Commissioner Salcedo said about this being a living document and a living body. This is an exercise to some extent in direct democracy and shared leadership, because there are only a certain number of you and you all have an equal vote on this body. The handbook can and will be revised depending on your needs in accordance with obviously the underlying statute. So this is the initial proposal that you guys have voted to approve for today, at least until the next meeting. And it is on, I believe, page 16.
I should have known the answer to this.
That's okay.
A lot of information to recall.
I'm happy to talk about this because it's something that is a little tricky to thread the needle on, to be frank. So if you go down, I'll return to the top in a minute, but you see at the bottom of the page, communications on behalf of an individual commissioner members. And I'm just going to read this into the record because I think it's important. Commissioners have been appointed because of their professional expertise or experience, expertise, or specialized knowledge in the subject matter of the commission. They will predictably be contacted by individuals, organizations, and media representatives about areas within their expertise. Commissioners may speak about their own work and personal goals for the commission. If they do so, they should clarify that they are speaking in their individual capacity. We do ask in the following paragraph, if you are contacted by a media representative to comment in your individual capacity, that you just let us know. We aren't asking that you let us know beforehand, before commenting, but we're asking that you let us know the contact information of the media representative and a summary of your comments, just so that we can maintain a record of those comments. So that's true for every single commissioner, whether you are the chair or a vice chair or not a chair. And if you scroll up, Alec, please, to the top here, the power, this is where it's tricky, right? Each of you individually will predictably be contacted. We encourage that. We encourage you to speak in your individual capacity. The handbook, as it's written today, reads the power of the commission is vested in the commission itself and not with an individual. So communications on behalf of the commission as a whole should be made by the commission chair, the senior advisor, or their designees. So certainly if we vote today to both establish a vice chair position and then vote on somebody to occupy that position, the person who is voted as the chair can designate the vice chair to speak on behalf of the commission. And that's something that commissioners should think about as you vote on those roles. So that's what we've proposed. We think this threads the needle in a way that is based on precedent of other bodies and reflects what is likely to be a need for the commission, both as a whole and as individuals, to respond to folks who contact us.
Thanks, Kevin. Commissioner Cuellar.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that in the handbook on page 15, where it says other officers, it does say the commission may choose to appoint officers from its membership as needed, and the commission shall determine the powers and duties of the appointed officers. So if we appoint one, then we don't need to go back and change anything in the handbook because it gives us the right here to create those powers and the duties of the officers. Is that right? Is that right? So we don't have to go back and change anything in the handbook.
You don't have to, although I think it could be a good idea to put it in the, like, if you do decide as a group, well, if you set up a subcommittee, the subcommittee can propose or recommend. A recommendation could be, we don't need to make any change, or a recommendation could be, we believe that the commission should vote on establishing the following particular duties, and that will be up to you all.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Levin.
Hi, thank you. Maybe an approach that we can use, because it seems like a waste of an all-star team here, that in certain circumstances, any of us can speak on behalf of the commission. If there's some Nazi on the 405 freeway and somebody calls someone up in LA, saying, what do you feel about anti-Semitism? I don't think it sounds a little awkward to say, I'd like to defer to our media representative or something like that. So perhaps we can come up with certain things that either each of us can do, or the chair or the co-chair or the vice chair. By the way, the reason I suggested vice chair, because I was told that there were those limitations by statute, but I personally would prefer co-chairs, but whatever's the most legal, let's do it. But perhaps under certain circumstances, if there's a massacre somewhere, if there's something where we have, I don't want to say a prefab, thing, but something says, without pointing to the guilt or innocence of the offender, these general statements can be made by anyone on the commission in an exigent circumstance, because it also gives us the ability to highlight that the commission exists. And to highlight a phone number. So like for instance, the FBI is coming out with their hate crime report soon. I'm going to be getting a ton of calls on it. I'd love to be able to say, we have underreporting, we have vulnerable community, whatever it is. But in other words, I think we can also not only approach this by hierarchy or position, but by maybe event. So if someone's like, in other words, commissioners shall have the ability to speak on behalf of the commission at multicultural events as long as they don't recommend policy, don't defame. We can come up with that later. But it just, we have such a talent here. It's like, when the Padres, we're winning the playoffs and everything, they didn't just talk to the pitcher. So, and I do think one of the strengths of this committee is not whatever wonderful person we get, we're going to get whoever, we're going to get a wonderful chair. But in certain circumstances, if it's within their local geographic area of employment, if it's if it relates to a certain type of violence of a national or state significance, that we have, oh, I don't want to say a prefab because it makes it seem not earnest and sincere. But perhaps down the line, we can elaborate on that. But like, do I, like, so like when the FBI comes out with their report in 2 or 3 weeks, and I'm going to get calls on it, I'd love to say, you know, I'm part of a wonderful commission, and these are, you know, data is one of the things we look to explore. Here's what the FBI data said. You know, and then, oh, by the way, in California, if you've been victimized, here's the 833 number. You see, we're losing a lot of opportunities that way if we make it a hierarchy. That being said, you know, there are people like Dr. Southers, who I see every time I turn on the TV, and he always looks good, by the way. But how do we balance that? Because we bring together here so many people with such broad expertise that even if they're not, for instance, an expert on the law or on data collection, we can be a team and have some kind of thing that all commissioners can say if a certain type of event happens. And we know what these are: conflictual protests, front-facing displays of bigotry by hateful groups, and terrible violence. And I think that one of the things that the New York Review of Books wrote about the Civil Rights Act was the important symbolic significance. And I just feel that we're, you know, by being a bit regimented, we're losing some opportunities. By the same token, we don't want people who don't know about defamation law, or people who might, you know, like the Justice Department always puts at the end of their thing, all people are presumed innocent and that kind of stuff. But at least some basic thing that folks can say. Maybe we need to have staff prepare it, or the chair and the co-chair or somebody, but it would be nice if we could have, we have an all-star team here. And I'd love to be able to utilize them whenever we can. And unfortunately, sometimes this stuff comes up on an exigent basis. And that's why I wanted to just kind of throw that out. And maybe what we can do is have some kind of limited type of remark that we can say. And beyond that, please contact Kevin Kish, our beloved head of the Civil Rights Department, or something like that. But something where we can use the power of our commission to say, you know what, when the LGBT community gets attacked, the state of California is going to stand against it. And I, as a commissioner, join with my fellow commissioners to condemn this kind of act, or whatever it is. You know, I mean, but we'll work through that. But I would like to have the diversity and the expertise of this commission be used in the public realm as much as possible, that we don't get ahead of our skis. Like, I'm not going to talk about psychiatry, for instance, but I would like to expand at least at certain critical junctures, when each and every one of us can speak with respect to the local communities that we live in, because it cries out. It cries out when we have a former president dining with Nazis, that we represent all the inhabitants of the state of California, and want to protect their dignity. And I'm sorry about spouting on this, but I get tons of opportunities where I would love to either say, hey, can you talk to this commissioner, or can I promote this 833 number? And that window is not a long opened window.
So I just want to be super clear and reiterate that everything that Commissioner Levin has just said, everybody is free to say as a commissioner, right, on behalf of yourself. But I think some of the examples that you raised actually are good ones, in terms of exercising caution about what the commission says as a body, right? Because we will not have time to convene a public meeting and hammer out a public statement. I'm not sure that it would be wise to do that in any event, where folks can weigh in on the particular sensitivities, the particular language choice of a statement in response to an event that would reflect the views of every single diverse member of this group. But I agree with Commissioner Levin that folks can and should. Again, we put this in the handbook. You have been appointed because of your expertise. You can and should speak out as a commissioner and cite your participation and your appointment to this body in speaking out on particular events. I think what we've tried to do here again is thread that needle so that statements that are made, I cannot, as I sit here today, promise that every statement that every single person here makes, including me, will reflect perfectly the views or even the language choice of every other person. And so that's what we've been trying to do with this communication policy. But yes, to summarize, everybody speak freely in an individual capacity. And if we do vote later today to form a subcommittee on the handbook, that is certainly a topic that the subcommittee can take up and discuss and propose a set of recommendations to the full body at our next meeting about any amendments to this particular communication policy in the handbook.
Commissioner Roybal.
Well, I feel for you all as staff because I have been in your place. I would never want the board that I used to work for to be able to have license to speak to whoever they wanted in the media, because it's impossible to control the message. And I think that, I want to reiterate what you just said, Director Kish, that around what Commissioner Levin is proposing is that I think we should be feel free to individually be able to promote the work of the commission, but in our individual capacity. I think when it comes to speaking on behalf of the commission, I do think there needs to be a protocol in place, which is in the document, that the policy manual that we just approved. I think that is very necessary in order to maintain control of the narrative around the work of the commission. And it's not presupposing that individual commissioner is going to go out and promise things or make commitments on behalf of the commission. But I do think that the protocols are really important. As someone who has had responsibility at both my last organization around marketing and communications, that is something that I would insist on with, not only the staff, but, our board members, which is a similar structure to what we have here. So I think that those are important protocols to have in place, because once folks start talking or representing that they represent the commission, there's no way to put that back in the bottle.
Thank you, Commissioner Filer.
I do agree with you, Commissioner Roybal, that being on the UCLA Resnick Neuropsychiatric Board, we are confronted with this all the time. And it's only our chair that can make global statements around mental health from the position of our board. And I think that's really important because, like you just said, I think that you can't take back when a large statement has been made. And I just only wanted to make sure it was okay as individuals on the commission. If we're approached, we can say as an individual commissioner, we're allowed, we can voice our own perspectives. But I agree. I don't think we should ever speak on the whole of the commission. That's just my viewpoint, to make sure we're really clear on the narrative that we are presenting to the whole state.
Thank you, Commissioner Suthers.
Yes, I guess I can sort of be the closer here. I don't think there's anybody on this commission that we have any reservations about making a statement with regards to the work we may want to be doing in the future. Last week, I was contacted by the LA Times. I believe Commissioner Levin was also contacted. I very carefully navigated that, as you all do in your roles on the various boards and commissions and councils you serve on. I never mentioned the commission. I notified Director Kish before I spoke to the LA Times, and I have to tell you that USC is very proud of me being on this commission, and they mention it quite often. However, I'm very careful about speaking on behalf of the commission, even when I speak at USC. So I just wanted to say I echo that, and however we resolve this in terms of a chair, vice chair, co-chair, I'm going to support whoever speaking for us, and I'm sure we'll be able to move forward collectively to do the good work we have to do.
I would like to call the question on the motion on the floor.
Okay, procedurally, if anybody has any suggestions on how to approach that did you need a second for that?
The motion was seconded.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay.
I believe we need to take public comment first.
Okay. Let me.
Before a vote.
I'm going to switch screen share. Give me one moment.
There's no public comment on any channels.
Okay, no public comment. Any other discussion before the vote? Okay, I think we can do the vote. So the vote.
I see a hand.
Oh.
Commissioner Suthers.
Yes, thank you. I just want to be, I think you're going to do it. Alec, I just want to be crystal clear on what the motion is. Thank you.
I believe the motion is to close questions and discussion. Okay. Okay, I'll call the roll and aye or no, or not voting. Let's see, Commissioner Che.
Aye.
Commissioner Cuellar.
Aye.
Commissioner Damsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Filer.
Aye.
Commissioner Levin.
Aye.
Commissioner Roybal.
Aye.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Aye, yes.
Commissioner Sanar.
Aye.
Commissioner Suthers.
Aye.
Okay, so we are closing discussion on the item related to creating a position for a vice chair.
Oh, I think there's a pending motion to create a vice chair.
There is, yes, correct. Adam, should we proceed to a discussion of that motion? Or no, sorry, we just voted to not do that.
Yeah, and I should clarify that I don't actually think there was a second to Commissioner Roybal's motion to call the question, and that was my fault. But if everybody's fine, then we're fine. If nobody has anything else to say, we can just proceed directly to the vote.
I second.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Filer did second it. So we can just proceed directly to the vote on Commissioner Salcedo's motion to establish a vice chair position, which was seconded, I believe, by Commissioner Cuellar, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it was Commissioner Levin who seconded it. Is that right? Commissioner Levin?
For vice chair, I believe that's what we have.
Yeah. So my initial motion for a co-chair was seconded by Commissioner Cuellar, and then I make an amendment to a vice chair position, and that was seconded by Commissioner Levin.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move to a vote, and the motion is to establish a vice chair position. Commissioner Che.
Aye.
Commissioner Cuellar.
Aye.
Commissioner Damsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Filer.
Aye.
Commissioner Levin.
Aye.
Commissioner Roybal.
Aye.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Claro, yes.
Commissioner Sanar.
Aye.
Commissioner Suthers.
Aye.
Fantastic. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. We have a vice chair position. We do not have a motion yet.
I have a motion, Alec.
Okay, what is your motion?
I move to refer to the chair the establishment of a subcommittee to determine the duties of the vice chair.
Whoever is elected.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Okay, we have 2 seconds. So the motion is to move the duties, or the decision to create a subcommittee to decide on the duties of the vice chair to the chair. Is that correct?
Yes, so that the chair can appoint the committee members and once they're elected.
Okay. Okay, we'll move to a vote on that. Commissioner Shea,
Aye.
Commissioner Cuellar,
Aye.
Commissioner Damsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Filer,
Aye.
Commissioner Levin,
Aye.
Commissioner Royball,
Aye.
Commissioner Salcedo, Commissioner Salcedo.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinar,
Aye.
Commissioner Suthers.
Aye.
Okay. So we've had a few rounds of voting. We have a vice chair position. A duty of the chair will be to create the subcommittee to decide the duties of the vice chair. Okay. Procedurally, let's
We need to do
can
nominations for the chair.
we're still on agenda item discussion of additional officers. I believe we might want to continue with that unless we want to close this out.
I would personally propose that the commission let that be for now on additional officers and move back to the agenda item on actually selecting the chair and now vice chair.
Okay.
Although
I think it makes sense to elect the chair first. We have a committee to assign the duties for the vice chair, and then once we have a chair, we can perhaps select the chairs of the other subcommittees. Because I think that makes sense to me, but I don't know what other people think.
Any other
If-
thoughts? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, if I could weigh in, I wonder to Commissioner Salcedo's idea that this also gets discussed as part of the duties of the vice chair, a discussion if we need additional officers. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I don't think we need additional officers, given that we have chairs for committees. We're getting so focused on the structures that we're going to be like so bogged down. We may not get to the work. So that's just expressing my personal opinion there.
Okay, I will move to the election for the chair, but if anyone wants to chime in, feel free.
So I'd like to make a motion that we move into selecting our chair for the board, for the
Okay.
commission.
I second.
we don't need to take a vote, folks. We can just move to the agenda item.
Okay, great.
Thank you. You will have to take another vote soon enough.
Yeah.
Process-wise, do we need to hear who's actually interested in this, in serving as the chair?
Indeed.
Yeah.
And so we'll
Okay.
move back, Alec, to your outline of process. And so people will need to say if they are interested, and you can say briefly why you are. Then someone else will have to nominate other members, whether they put themselves forward or not. And then they will then the vote will happen. So this is what's on the screen now is the nomination procedure.
Okay, Commissioner Salcedo.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Roybal to be a chair of the commission. Hope they'll accept it.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we should move to public comment before starting nominations, but I could be wrong. Adam, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think maybe let's just pause on taking any nominations and anyone expressing their interest. And then just to follow the procedure. And then before we vote, we'll take public comment.
Okay. Okay, so the procedure is first, a member must express interest. So we'll collect the names of the members that are interested in becoming chair. Then we'll move on to chair nominations, and any member can nominate another member. You cannot self-nominate, and then we'll go to a full vote. So let's start with step one. I know it's procedurally a lot. So are any members interested in becoming chair?
I see.
I see hands raised, but feel free to unmute on your own.
Do you want to call on people, Alex?
Yeah, Commissioner Suthers.
Certainly. Well, again, I'm interested in serving as chair. With all due respect to this incredible body of people that are on this commission, I'm a team player and I would love to be able to be in that spot. We're all here because we've come down different roads to this point in our lives. I wound up joining law enforcement because of the way I was treated as a young person of color by law enforcement. And my dad used to say, you can't change the castle from outside the moat. And so that's been my mission. I believe I'm in positions now, both in my profession and personally, where I can move the needle and actually affect policy and process and procedure and technology in some instances to address this very challenging matter. I'll just close by saying, I never thought that watching my parents and the things that they went through in terms of demonstrations and civil rights, that here I would be a grandfather now still fighting this battle, and it's almost worse. So I check a couple of boxes here. I'm a big football person for the people who know me, but I'm in a Brogan family. My wife's a Bruin and I'm a Trojan. My wife and daughter are Jewish. I spend more time in Israel than most Jews, although my Hebrew should be better after 16 years. And so my son is Catholic, and what can I tell you? I'm just one of those folks that I purely am a representative of the American melting pot, and whoever is the chair, you have my 110% support to push for whatever you want us to do to change. As someone said earlier today, hate is increasing, but hope, I think, believe is outweighing that. We have to be part of that hope. So just thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suthers. Commissioner Levin.
First of all, thank you so much. I'm a fan of everybody here. Having done this for 36 years, including doing some of this, the statistical stuff, what I think is so interesting at every level, whether it's working with community groups when I worked at the Southern Poverty Law Center or running this center, collaboration is key. And, I hate to talk against my own book, but I would be thoroughly thrilled if any of the folks that have expressed interest would be doing this. The one thing, rather than go over a background, which everyone can read, is that I really tried to shepherd this legislation through for some years, and I'm so thrilled at who we have here. But the one thing that I think I might be able to add a little bit is I'm leaving teaching. My last class is tomorrow, and I specifically timed this so I could devote my full attention to this commission. And I'm also going to be stepping away from the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism in the not too distant future as well. So if somebody needed to fly to Sacramento on an hour's notice or up up to San Francisco or to LA, I could do it. But by the same token, I think it's so important that whoever we have is someone who has that compassion. And frankly, I think all the people that look like that they want to be chair would be wonderful. And I would work with any of them as vice chair, of chairs of a subcommittee. But it's really important that whoever it is, that we have someone who can be there, particularly when there is a need in communities or an exigency. It's so important for us to be there. And with running the center for now 26 years, I ran at another institution before. It's important to be there when the opportunities arise, both to help communities that are experiencing grief, but also to make sure that we have the initiatives policy-wise to address people whose voices are not being heard. So thank you. But either way, I'm a winner, because I'll tell you something. 3 years ago, if you told me I'd be sitting here with the talent that exists, I would have said, please God, do it. We got this thing through, and any way that I can help, whether it's as chair or in some other capacity, I'm going to do it. But what I do have is a free runway as far as time. Kids off in college, and I am leaving my main day job. So this will be the last thing I do. I don't have any other political or any other plans other than to help these communities that need to know that whoever they are, we have their backs covered. And I think that any of the chairs, any of the people that have expressed interest will do that as well. I just have, I think, a runway where I can assist whenever it's needed. And not everyone has that same opportunity with the kinds of tasks and positions that they may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Roybal.
I'll be brief. I had thought about it, and I want to thank Commissioner Salcedo because I did not know that was coming. But I think what really motivated me now to be more wanting to be the chair or serve in that role is, I think, which the meeting that we just had, and the reason I say that is, I am an excellent meeting facilitator, and I think in the beginning of the commission startup, and I would only want to serve for the first term, and that's it, to really get the commission up and off the ground, and all of its kind of administrative and logistical things in place to set it up for success for the future. So that really is my motivation around putting myself forward. And again, I want to thank my longtime friend, Commissioner Salcedo, for her preemptive nomination. But that would be my goal, would be to partner with the staff and to really set the commission up for future success. And I will, as Commissioner Southers and Commissioner Levin have said, I will of course support and be, the biggest cheerleader of whoever ends up being the chair.
Thank you. Any other members interested in becoming chair?
I raised my hand not because, I think it's important that we have female identified leaders, and that's the only reason I raised my hand, because none of my fellow commissioners who are female identified raised their hands. So I just want for us to think about that. And yeah, I'm not sure what the process is going to be. I know that, prior, when you were in commissions and individuals who were nominated will walk out, and I don't know what the process is going to be here for voting, but yeah, I just wanted to just encourage my fellow commissioners who are identified to consider that as well.
Can I just take a brief moment to thank you for making that statement? One of the points of this body is to shine a light on things, and I think that means shining a light on ourselves as well. And so I really appreciate that comment, Commissioner Salcedo. And if no woman identifying commissioner puts her name forward for the chair, perhaps we will see it and the vote for the vice chair.
Or perhaps may want to consider a vice chair. Yeah. So what is the process? Is
Yeah, so
there
the
no one
process-
else? Do we moved or?
Yeah, Commissioner Salcedo. So the process is first people express interest, and then we'll move into nominations. So anybody who has expressed interest can be nominated by another member because you cannot self-nominate. And then we will go to public comment for the vote. And then each commissioner will vote on one chair. One member to be chair.
Okay,
So-
well, I'll start again. I'd like to nominate Commissioner Roybal to be the chair of this group.
Okay, I just want to make sure that nobody else is interested in becoming chair,
Okay,
if that's okay.
I didn't, yeah, yeah. Just,
Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to nominations. And we have a nomination for Roybal. And then I just want to make sure that I have the list right. So Commissioner Suthers, Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Roybal have all expressed interest in becoming chair. I see a hand raised from Commissioner Suthers.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Levin.
And Commissioner Damsky.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Suthers.
Ah,
Okay, it looks like we have nominations for each member who has expressed interest. Commissioner Cuellar, your hand is still up. I don't know if,
Yeah, I'll second for Commissioner Roybal.
okay. Okay. I think we are ready to move to public comment at this point. Is that right? Because we didn't do that before, and we should do public comment before each vote. So now we'll move on to public comments. So comments must pertain to the following agenda item: discussion and election of the commission chair. Do we have any public comments?
Nope, no public comments on any channel.
Okay, thank you, Mariel. Now we will move on to the vote. We do have one little procedural hurdle, which is that within the handbook, there is a policy that the commission, upon the majority of the commission agreeing, each candidate can give a short 1-minute statement. We kind of skipped ahead and did that anyway.
We did it.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Just want to make sure that we're consistent. Okay, now we'll move on to the chair vote. So when I call your name, if you could name the one commission member that you would like to vote for chair.
And Alec, before we move into that, I just want to repeat, because most people need to hear things 7 times before it sinks in, that you will say the name of the candidate who you vote for. And then if there is if there's no clear winner, then there will be a runoff between the two who received the most votes. Thank you.
Correct. If no nominee receives more than 50% of the vote, there will be a runoff. Okay, with that, I think we're ready to proceed with the vote, unless anybody has any questions. Okay, great. Commissioner Shea.
Commissioner Roybal, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cuellar.
Commissioner Roybal.
Commissioner Damsky.
Commissioner Suthers.
Commissioner Filer.
Commissioner Suthers.
Commissioner Levin.
Commissioner Levin, I guess.
Commissioner Roybal.
you're on mute.
I'll vote for myself, Commissioner Roybal.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Commissioner Roybal.
Commissioner Sonar.
Commissioner Roybal,
Commissioner Suthers.
Commissioner Levin.
Okay, and with that, I will tally the votes. And if you can give me 1 second, I want to make sure I get this right. So my tally finds that Commissioner Roybal received 5 votes, Commissioner Levin received 2 votes, and Commissioner Suthers received 2 votes, which means Commissioner Roybal received more than 50% of commission member votes and is the chair. Feel free to step in if anyone got a different count.
That's correct, Alec.
Okay. Congratulations, Commissioner Roybal. You are chair of the commission until the first meeting of 2024.
Let's take a moment to congratulate everyone on navigating the most fraught part of any initial meeting of a public body. You've done it.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm excited to work with all of you and move this work forward. And like I said, really set it up for success.
Congratulations.
Gracias.
I would just like to congratulate Commissioner Roybal. What a wonderful choice. Had I known that we would have just this surfeit of talent, what a wonderful thing. And you have not, I don't want to speak for the commission because I was told we can't, but I'm going to speak for myself and say that anything that I can do, what a wonderful achievement your election is, not only for you personally, but for the state of California and for communities that felt that they didn't have a voice. God bless you and Godspeed in your work. What a wonderful choice. And Commissioner Suthers, love you as well. You know that. Thank you so much. But this is something that I put such heart into to get through and to have people that bring their hearts to this work is so important. And Chair Roybal, you have my unfettered and complete support, and thank you for doing this. As they say in our business, no good deed goes unpunished, but Godspeed on this wonderful achievement, not only for you, but for the state of California and this commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, at this point,
Alec, can I just say one thing? I just want to
Sure,
thank
sorry.
Commissioner Levin and Commissioner Suthers and all of the commissioners. I think this is going to be a great journey that we will be on together. And I want to thank my longtime friend and collaborator, Commissioner Salcedo, who until she opened her mouth, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do this. So, thank you, Commissioner Salcedo, for always holding me accountable as you have the entire 30 years we've known each other.
Wow.
Wonderful. Folks, we have an hour left for our meeting. We have a vote that we'll need to take for a vice chair, and then we have an agenda item for subcommittee assignments. I think we can roll through, but I think we should ask you all, would you like to take a short break now? I think we can get it all done, but I just want to take the temperature on folks.
Mr. Chair, any suggestions?
Let's take a 5-minute break. It's 5 minutes, okay? So people can like do necessary things, grab a snack, and then
Yes.
So let's reconvene at 1:05.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Alec
Right,
and
yes.
Kevin, do
Yeah.
you want me to facilitate the rest of the meeting?
I think the procedure is you become chair at the end of this meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for asking
Good
that.
to know. I was happy to step in if you wanted.
I just didn't want to say anything. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, if you can turn on your camera just so we know you're back, that'd be great. Commissioner Salcedo, if you have your video, if you could turn your video on, that would be good. Okay, I think we are ready to proceed with agenda item number 9, which we were discussing earlier, but time to revisit it. Let's see, looks like we have a comment. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Levin. So we're proceeding to agenda item 9, discussion of additional officers and elections. So just a reminder, we did discuss this already, so I'll go quickly. The authorizing statute of the commission does allow the commission to create additional officers, as we've been discussing. We generally recommended that the commission allow the subcommittees to begin their work and really get into the substance of what needs to be done and whether additional officers are needed before creating additional officer positions. But ultimately, of course, it's up to you. I do want to note that the next agenda item is to decide on subcommittees, and within those subcommittees, chairs will also be decided. So there will be many officer positions. And with that, I will open the floor to discussion.
Are we talking about the vice chair role now, Alec? And are we using the same procedure as the chair role? People will say if they have interest.
Yeah, we could do that. We don't have a procedure for electing a vice chair just yet, but if that's okay with everyone, I think that makes sense. So I believe there was a motion to create a vice chair, but that was, I don't think that's on the floor anymore, correct?
We voted to create a vice chair.
I'm sorry, it's been a long day.
That's okay. And so where we are right now, we can discuss now additional officers. Our recommendation would be to table that discussion. But we definitely have a vice chair position because you all voted to create it. And so then I think folks can put themselves forward.
Okay, we can proceed with the vote of vice chair. I think Commissioner Roybal, your recommendation makes sense. We could start with if anyone is interested in becoming vice chair, please express interest. Okay, we have three raised hands. Commissioner Suthers.
So Alec, I have to correct myself. I was actually raising my hand to nominate Commissioner Salcido, because I thought we were at the nomination phase.
Sorry about that.
My apologies.
It's okay. Commissioner Levin. You're on mute, sorry.
No, where are we in the order? I just wanted to ask.
Sorry, we're on the election of the vice chair.
Okay.
But if you just, but we're on the, excuse me, the expressing interest phase of vice chair.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to express interest as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Che.
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and express my interest in serving in that capacity, not knowing what the tasks are at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I have two members who have expressed interest in becoming vice chair, Commissioner Levin and Commissioner Che. Are any other members interested? Okay, I'd like to open the floor to nominations. Would anybody like to nominate Commissioner Levin or Commissioner Che?
Well, I'm sorry. I think that people can be nominated without having expressed interest as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I raised my hand as well.
Oh, I missed it.
Right before. I also would like to express my interest to becoming a vice chair. One of the reasons is, obviously, if I get this opportunity to be under the guidance and direction of Commissioner Roybal, would be amazing. And one of the things that I think it's important also to understand the importance of supporting trans leadership, and also as someone who has experienced hate violence directly, and someone who has been able to be a leader in the community for over 25 years. I think, again, under the direction of Commissioner Roybal, I think I'll be great in this position, and it'll be an honor to serve all of you as your vice chair. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Damsky.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Che.
Okay. Any nominations for, sorry, it's me, Commissioner Levin or Commissioner Salcedo? Are there any nominations? Commissioner Suthers, your hand is raised.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Salcedo.
Thank you.
Oh. Commissioner Choi retracted. Is that important? I just noticed that in the chat, so I didn't know how we handle that.
May I explain? Thank you, Commissioner Filer, for noticing.
Yeah.
I had threw my hat into the ring as I had not seen anyone who is female identified stepping up. And so now that there is, I'd like to step back. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was important.
Yeah, thank you for flagging that. Commissioner Cuellar.
I would just like to second for Commissioner Salcido.
Okay, thank you. So now I have two candidates who have expressed interest, Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Salcedo. I have nominations for Salcedo. I don't think I've received a nomination for Commissioner Levin yet. Commissioner Roybal. Or Commissioner Damsky.
I will nominate Commissioner Levin.
Okay, thank you. I see two hands raised. Commissioner Roybal.
Oh, sorry, that's a mistake.
Okay. Commissioner Filer.
I will second Commissioner Levin.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we have two candidates for vice chair, Commissioner Levin, Commissioner Salcedo. I believe the procedure is to move to public comment before a vote. So we will see if there's any public comments on this item.
There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you. And now we can proceed to a roll call vote. So we'll go through a similar procedure as before, where when I call your name, if you could just say the name of the commissioner who you'd like to vote for vice chair. So we'll start with Commissioner Che.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Okay. Commissioner Cuellar.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Okay. Commissioner Damsky.
Commissioner Levin, please.
Commissioner Filer.
Commissioner Levin.
Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Levin. I think you're muted.
Commissioner Levin, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Commissioner Sanar.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Commissioner Suthers.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Okay. And I have 6 votes for Commissioner Salcedo, 3 votes for Commissioner Levin. Commissioner Salcedo is vice chair. Congratulations. Kevin, do we have any other proposals for additional officers?
I would like to move to table that
Move to the
until
next item.
yeah.
Okay, I think we can just do that, right? We don't have to take a vote.
Yeah, we can just move on.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to the next portion of our agenda related to the discussion and assignments of subcommittees. And Adam, I'll let you take it away.
Sure. Hi, everyone. As attachment B to the meeting agenda are proposed subcommittees from the department. We have proposed 6 subcommittees, and I think there's actually a 7th on the table related to the duties of the vice chair and any necessary amendments to the policy manual. The 6 that we have proposed in the document attachment B stem from our experience with the Civil Rights Council and making sure that committees that can achieve the work of the commission without creating too many subcommittees. That creates some of the challenges around communications that we have been discussing and open meeting requirements, as well as the administrative needs of the department as well. So the 6 that we have proposed each revolve around one required aspect of the annual report. So it would be a subcommittee focused on conducting a literature review and proposing additional research as may be needed and data collection. Another subcommittee on creating policy recommendations for the legislature and other agencies and others. 3rd, recommendations for law enforcement in particular. 4th, the 4 community forums that are required of the at the minimum of 4 community forums required of the commission. 5, best practices and solution from other jurisdictions, which is another required aspect of the annual report. And excuse me, I misspoke. Those 5 are the 4. Those 5 are the components of the annual report. 6, the statute authorizes the commission to seek other funding to support the work of the commission. And so that's the 6th subcommittee that we're proposing. And then again, 7th is the duties of the vice chair and any related changes to the policy manual. I want to emphasize that these are our proposal for initial subcommittees. Once these subcommittees begin to dig in, if they see the need for additional subcommittees, they can come back to the council, which is the commission, excuse me, to propose additional subcommittees. But we thought this is a doable structure given the many tasks of this commission for at least a short term. So with that, we can open it up to discussion among the commissioners. Commissioner Filer.
You're proposing that we should have 2 people on each of these?
That's correct. So that each meeting of the subcommittee does not need to comply with the open meeting requirements of Bagley Keene.
Okay, and you want us to volunteer for whichever area we're interested in?
That would be ideal. So the idea would be that each commissioner would serve on at least one of these committees and maybe 2. But I think first we should decide which subcommittees we want to have and then can identify interest or however you think it's most efficient to figure out the structure and the assignments. And then at the end, we'll take a vote to create the subcommittees and the assignments to those subcommittees.
I'm sorry, if I'm correct, there are 4 that are under the what was passed by the governor that we're required to do. Am I correct on that?
The governor's executive order requires us to launch the commission by January 1st, which we've now done. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4. None of these subcommittees, by the way, are set in law. You can create whichever subcommittees you'd like. What is set in law are the components of the annual report. And so what we're proposing is to build subcommittees around those annual report components.
Got it. Yeah, because I noticed 4 of these were really in that we had to put in our annual report. Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Sinar.
So I noticed, I understand that these initial proposals were made based on kind of the requirements for our commission. It just struck me that there is both a lot of overlap between, say, data and research, policy, recommendations for law enforcement. I mean, all of them are interrelated, and that's probably inevitable. But especially something like policy recommendations seems like that is one of the major charges of our commission and encompasses and relates to every other category. So I would understand if there's an interest in just initiating with these committees. But if we do go forward with these 6, I think that the policy committee should probably fairly quickly subdivide, since we're talking about policy on everything from hate crime preventions to interventions to services. I mean, there are many different categories, and I don't know that 2 people can really do what is in some ways the broadest charge and most important ultimate responsibility for our report.
That's the thinking of the department is that these initial subcommittees could come together and create essentially strategic plans for addressing these topics, propose that back to the commission, then we can reconstitute as needed. Commissioner Filer.
Yeah, under community forums, the one question I have, it seemed like that would be important to intersect back with Becky, who was here earlier. Becky, are you still here? I can't tell.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, it seems to me that intersects pretty importantly with you and the work you're doing, the community forums. Am I correct in making that assumption?
I think it does. Yeah, I think it actually, I mean, I think to Commissioner Sanar's point, it all kind of comes back to some of these same issues, but absolutely, I think, and I would just say, you know, as Adam and Alec have said, as the staff, we will be supporting you with all of this. The other team that I would say will be really useful is the Community Conflict Resolution Unit will also be helpful in sort of setting up and helping to facilitate effective community forums as well.
Commissioner Sanar.
Sorry, I just mistakenly didn't lower my hand.
Commissioner Che.
Thank you so much. One thing that strikes me is that it's a bit of mix of categories. So I do feel like the community forums could be more of a strategy for community engagement. And there's overlap with 3 and 5 in terms of agencies or particular best practices. So it's just a thought in terms of both what is actually a strategy to get to, I think, recommendations and practices that we ultimately want to see. And then the overlap with how we would work with key government agencies and community-based leaders and stakeholders. So that's just an observation that hopefully there could be cross collaboration and integration in terms of the work. Thank you.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure in terms of process. You know, as a new elected vice chair, I personally would be, I'm very much interested in being part of the policy recommendations and funding subcommittees. But I'm not sure in terms of process. I'm not completely sure if it makes sense for me to chair that committee, but I would want to be part of those committees.
Thank you. Before we move on to people's interests, I think it'd be helpful to get a consensus around, is this the right structure? Do you prefer a different structure, different set of subcommittees? There's different ways to imagine this, but we want to make sure that it's administrable and doable without overtaxing everyone. But we do recognize, of course, the overlap between what we have proposed. But again, our proposal is to have these subcommittees dig in and then report back to the commission and reconstitute if needed. Commissioner Levin? Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Cuellar. Skipped you.
Oh, that's okay. No, I think this is a good first start. And like Commissioner Salcedo has said earlier, I mean, this is an open document. I think once we start really diving in and getting into the meat of it, you know, it could expand, it could, you know, maybe we can, you know, number 3 and number 5 are, you know, are the same, and maybe we can put them together. I mean, I think just once we get into it, I think then we can really see if these fit or if we need to expand. I just wanted to say that. So I'm okay with these starting. And then I would just like to say that I personally would, I would like to really be in the community forums and the best practices and solutions with other jurisdictions. So that's just me, what I would like, but I know we're not there yet. So I apologize for that.
Commissioner Levin.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we might want to do, because we have such a pool of talent, is you know, can we see who wants to do what? You know, in other words, because we might have someone that does great things in one area, but they're already on 2 other committees or something like that. The other thing too, just because I made this pledge to certain, you know, vulnerable communities, at some point, if we could expand, particularly for communities that don't have the kind of resources that some other communities may have, you know, like the homeless or undocumented folks or others, you know, the transgender community, we're just, you know, getting there. with regard to that access, if you will. So just if we could consider for later, perhaps something where the voiceless have a place as well. But if I could just say one thing, I am the happiest loser in the history of the world today, because when we wanted to put this together years ago, this is exactly the kind of diversity that we sought and exactly the kind of knowledge base combined with compassion. So I just want to congratulate the chair and the vice chair, and also all the commissioners who are lending their talents to this, wherever you decide to land subcommittee wise. So what is the format that we're going to be able to see who wants to be on what? Because that might affect, for instance, where I might go if I say, hey, we have 6 pitchers, but only 1 or 2 first base folks. That might affect not only me, but how other folks want to divvy up committee assignments and things like that.
Ultimately, it's up to you all. My recommendation is to sort of set the subcommittees and then discuss assignments so that we have some structure to move forward in an orderly fashion, but ultimately it's up to you. Commissioner Damsky?
Thank you. I had a question about whether there was a end time period envisioned for each of these subcommittees, or each of these, so that we know what we're looking at. In other bodies where we've established subcommittees, each one had a proposed time limit when we started that could be extended if needed. So I'd like to hear a little bit about that, please.
Great question. Under the policy manual that's been adopted, the Commission can create subcommittees of indefinite duration or limited duration. So when you create the subcommittees, you can set time limits on them if you would like, or just let them run as needed. Our recommendation for these is to set them as indefinite, but then again, recognizing, as I've been saying, that these subcommittees will do some strategic planning around these topics, come back and we can reconstitute as needed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Che.
Thank you. One thing I was wondering if what we could do is think about this work in phases. I was very curious to learn if there was any documentation from the hearings that Assemblymember Bloom had led, and I believe Commissioner Levin and Suthers testified. I think that, a lot of the information and data is there. And so I want us to build on what we know. And of course, we want to be using top of the line and the most relevant and timely data and research. But I do believe that what should inform us is the data and research and the community forums. And that is where we can make sure that we have underrepresented voices and communities present, because the truth of the matter is that not all communities have the same level of visibility. And I'll name Pacific Islanders. I know that the trans community has often been underrepresented. We've talked about those experiencing homelessness, et cetera. And I do believe those are more of what informs us with regard to our policy recommendations, which also should extend to law enforcement and other types of practices. And so, so that's just another approach and way of thinking about this work. And I think, finally, I guess what I would say to that is, I know it's challenging because we can only, because of the rules and regulations of just having 2 members, we want to make sure that there's a process for us to be able to share out with each other, so we don't have FOMO, a fear of missing out, because I want to be a part of all the committees. And just as a reminder, we have this duty of preparing an annual report, and next year we have not the full length of time that we normally would. It's on a shorter ramp. So just wanted to share that.
Commissioner Filer.
Yeah, I just want to mention under data and research, and I would think Commissioner Levin, you may be able to comment on this more, only because you've been collecting a lot of research in this area, and I know UCLA has launched a project already to collect a lot of research around the issue of hate in our state, that we're utilizing existing groups that already are ahead of the game in looking at this research and looking at their methodology, so we're not creating a whole other animal if we don't need to.
Commissioner Sinar.
Yeah, as I was thinking about these committees some more, and the fact that we have just about 6 or 7 months about that first report, I was kind of going back to the point that Commissioner Che made a moment ago about kind of phasing the work or sequencing. And the thing that strikes me is that I don't know that I would be in a position, despite kind of researching and thinking about these issues for some time, but I don't know that I would be in a position to vote on actual policy recommendations in 6 months' time, especially if I'm not on that committee, for example, if I say I choose to be on some other committee and I'm only hearing about that through some of the meetings that we'll be scheduling as a whole commission. And I sort of wonder, like, do we need to issue policy recommendations in 6 months' time? Or do we feel that we can use this initial 6-month period as an information gathering and synthesis kind of project? Because although we each have our expertise, our experiences and knowledge, it will take some time for us to kind of pool that knowledge. And I almost wonder, and I don't know if this is one of those things where we're required to issue a report with recommendations in 6 months. And maybe that recommendation will just end up being a recommendation for more research and thinking. I don't know. But if it might make sense to think about this initial period as a research period, and then kind of looking at the committees that are proposed. We've got a data and research committee, we've got community forums, we've got best practices. Like, all 3 of those seem to be about gathering information. So it's more like inputs. And then the policy recommendations and recommendations for law enforcement, those are just 2 different kinds of policy recommendations. And those are outputs. And I almost wonder whether we could focus on the next 6 months on inputs and sharing information collectively, and then transition to a period of providing more substantive policy recommendations after we've been able to do that.
Commissioner Levin.
I tend to agree, except some of the responses to hate violence have been so poor that I think that we have victims and communities that need recommendations now. And there are certain things like model policies, like outreach in different languages. I mean, we have the Riverside County Sheriff's Department counted 4 hate crimes, so we know that there are certain holes in the floor that are so obvious that I think we could make some minimal low-hanging fruit recommendations, if you will. And then on some of the other things, particularly where some of us might diverge, to wait. But on things like model policies, for instance, victim outreach, I think at a minimum, we can come up with certain obvious and simple measures like that. With regard to some of the data that we could look at, we could use some of the social science data relating to attitudes, relating to demographics, hate incident data, hate crime data that comes from the limited number of agencies in the state that report it, just so we can get an idea of trends. But I agree, before we decide to change the top of the Eiffel Tower, we got to get up a little bit. But for certain things on the ground floor, where there are just such horrendous responses going on now in various places, that I think we could arrive with some simple, obvious recommendations which the data indicate, like victim underreporting, like model policies, and also looking at assisting communities and victims. We won't have all the answers, but there's a lot of research that's out there that I think would be helpful, and we'll start with that is most accessible, and then work over time. That's what I hope we could do. Because I'm getting calls from people who want us to make policy recommendations now, and I'm like, hold on. And one other quick thing, just because it was requested by someone who couldn't be here, who represents the disabled and similarly situated community, and that is where they could have some kind of public fora where they could be heard at the next meeting. So if particularly because our legislative window for next year is closing. But yeah, I think we should be quite measured, but with certain obvious things that we know from best practices that we could recommend early on. I think we should move forward with that, where we could get agreement on, right? Things like maybe hate crime policies. I don't want to jump ahead of my skis here, but there are certain basic things that are not being done uniformly across the state in the manner that those of us would like.
Any further comments from the commissioners? And I just want to emphasize, this is the proposal from the department. If commissioners want to we could certainly table this and not create subcommittees at this time, though digging in would be more difficult without them. But if there's an alternative proposal, let's consider it.
I would be interested in hearing from Commissioner Sinar, if Commissioner Sinar has formulated what they propose, what that could look like.
I don't know if I have a proposal. I suppose one thing is, if we are permitted to phase and sequence our deliberations, or if there is a real requirement that our very first report make substantive policy recommendations, that would be my maybe first question back to the staff. If we do have some flexibility there, then I think one of my thoughts would be that we maybe structure subcommittees so that they are gathering information from all of these different sources, including the community forums, including looking at data and research and best practices. If we were to subdivide, and I don't know, Commissioner Roybal, if that's what you were thinking of, but with policy recommendations in particular, it seems like we can slice it many different ways. We could use the approach, for example, of the California Department of Social Services, which in allocating grants to different community groups to do hate crimes work, they divided it, if I remember, into I think it was prevention, intervention, and responses. I mean, that would be one way of doing that. Yeah, I'm not sure that I have a coherent kind of subdivision of policy. I think my main proposal would be that we gather information first. I say that in part because I don't think that something like model policies for law enforcement agencies are an easy issue. I think there's actually a lot that, especially when it comes to questions about law enforcement intervention, would be things that we would need to discuss as a group. So I'll leave it there.
I'd like to weigh in just very briefly. I was actually really struck positively by Commissioner Sinar, your framing of inputs and outputs. The first report in the statute has categories that we are supposed to report on. So in direct answer to your question, I think recommendations, which the statute calls for, can take the form of a recommendation for further study. I do think there's probably some low-hanging fruit that we can do. And I think the commission as a whole will have some decisions to make about how exactly to frame it. In the statute, for example, the policy recommendations are divided by recommendations for actions to be taken by law enforcement, recommendations for actions to be taken by the governor or legislature, so presumably legal change or executive order change, and then actions to be taken by communities. Our staff didn't think that it made a huge amount of sense to divide on those specific things, just because, to your point, they're all interrelated. But I certainly think that one path forward would be, for example, not to have a subcommittee on policy recommendations at this time, and instead to focus on people who are going to look at law enforcement discreetly, understanding that it is not discrete, people who are going to look at community responses, and people who are going to look at what data and research is existing, and then coming together, proposing other subcommittees or coming together as a body to move forward. So I'm providing my own analysis of what I've heard, which is that maybe policy recommendations is not the most useful category for this body at this time, and that we could remove that subcommittee now and focus on the other ones, and then make decisions moving forward about how exactly to slice and dice policy recommendations that might come out of them. Best practices and solutions from other jurisdictions is a discrete category in the statute. Again, understanding that none of this is discrete. And so I do think that the work of that subcommittee, for example, could be a review of laws in other jurisdictions, of community interventions in other jurisdictions, that they could then come back and present to the group, form other subcommittees as necessary. So that my synthesis is maybe policy recommendations isn't where we need to go right this second. And I'll end with that. Commissioner Che.
I love how robust and how serious we are taking these subcommittees, because I think it just shows that, we want to make sure that we're taking action. I actually have a proposal under the new framing that I think Commissioner Sinar has presented, which is that if we actually have sort of key areas, I actually would like to keep the policy recommendations, but to have the recommendations for law enforcement be subsumed under that. And then to actually see this as a information gathering, which would include best practices. We're not doing anything that's brand new. We're actually hopefully building on what's happening in the community and across government agencies, and that community forums actually be a strategy for gathering information. So I could see a data and research forum where we bring in different ways in which communities are gathering information. For example, with Stop API Hate, we are not a research institution, but we have created a database, and there are other similar types of communities that have established that as well. So separating out the work, the output that needs to happen with actual tactics that we need to get and gather that information. So that would be my proposal of reducing the number of committees so they're collapsed, and again, focusing on information gathering, lit reviews, making sure that we're operating with the most relevant information.
Adam, did you want to go?
Yeah, I think these are all viable, great options. They all have, I think, strengths and limitations. I think to Commissioner Sanar's point and Commissioner Che's point, the initial sort of tasks as we were imagining this is to do strategic planning and framework building for all of these items, and not so much to dig into the substance, but to give us a framework for thinking about how to tackle this in a effective, phased. Commissioner Sanar, I completely agree that it's hard to build the policy recommendations if we don't have the evidence base on which to do that. But again, there are different ways to do this. With the community forums in particular, I think Commissioner Che, that makes a lot of sense. The challenge will be trying to figure out how to accomplish the required 4 outside of one subcommittee, because the subcommittees can't speak to each other outside of a public meeting. And so,
yeah, I would strongly recommend that we keep community forums as a subcommittee to allow one group of 2 commissioners to do the planning for it. Even though we understand that there are going to be other aspects of it, I would also strongly recommend that we have a funding subcommittee. And I do think that best practices and solutions from other jurisdictions is a fact-gathering mission. They're all fact-gathering missions to some extent, but that one can, I think, be cabined off in a way. And then on the other ones, I'm not sure we'll follow your lead on that, but those would be my recommendations.
Commissioner Salcedo.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for providing your input and information about how we need to continue to move forward. The truth is that we are in this position, right, to do the work of the people, right? And so I definitely agree that community forums or listening sessions, right, like, are important for us to sort of like get the guidance and support that we need for us to generate this report, right? Because this is what we need to do at the end of the day. But we can certainly, review, and I'm not completely sure if there are specific policy recommendations, but we can maybe review, which is part of data and research, right? Like, what is out there, what can we analyze, what can we incorporate perhaps, and I think if we are able to just at least do some of that work, right, like just analyze and see what is out there, while at the same time we listen to the people, right, it'll sort of like give us a framework to work with. And when we have to present this report, people have to understand that it's the first report that was generated in 6 months frame, and I think by then we'll have a better idea as to like how we are going to be able to move forward to make sure that we create a more comprehensive report that feels or addresses the different gaps that exist, in which includes recommendations for law enforcement or best practices and all of these things, right? Like, I think if we do that based on what we know that is out there and when we have heard from the people, and we can formulate our recommendations, it'll help us it'll help us to generate the strategic plan, right, that it's going to happen afterwards. I think because of the limitations that we have right now, in time limitations, I mean, we can, in some ways, I mean, we're gonna have to make it work, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. So that would be my suggestion.
Commissioner Royball.
So out of what I hear you saying, Deputy Director Romero, is that is basically what Commissioner Cho is saying in the chat, which is let's charge these committees and give them get them formulated so that they can actually have these conversations and then come back to the commission and say, here's how we want to move forward, right? That's basically what you are trying to get at. So I move that we approve the proposed subcommittees as submitted by the staff with the language that Commissioner Cho has put in the chat, that their mission is to, they're charged with fact-finding and recommendations for how to best move forward, what structure is going to be best moving forward for the subcommittees and the commission. Does that make sense, what I just said? Is that what you were looking
It
for?
makes sense, and I want to second it.
I'll make one friendly addition, which is just to ask that each of the subcommittees be charged with drafting that component of the annual report, whatever that component looks like.
Great.
Given our tight time frame.
Great. And it could be as simple as what Director Kish was saying earlier, that we're going to study it more. If that's what ends up happening. Great. All right, that's my motion then.
Can you articulate your motion once again? Just
Sure. I move to approve the proposed subcommittees as recommended, with the charge of fact-finding and to come back with recommendations for how best they should be structured moving forward. With Deputy Director Romero, what was that last piece that you said? Oh, and taking responsibility for pieces of the annual report.
Time frame?
It would, like, it would happen in, it would be, they would be proposed. I mean, we would approve, if my motion is seconded and approved, these would be the committees for now, and then we would come back, and if we need to redo them or make some other changes later, we could do that at a subsequent meeting.
I'm seconding it, your motion, Commissioner. Our chair, I am seconding it, and think we should move forward with this.
Okay, let's, and just for clarity, are we including the seventh subcommittee of the vice chair, the duties and policy manual amendments?
Yeah.
No, not the vice chair, because I think that can be handled separately. I think that was taken care of in the other motion and is at the discretion of the chair to get that moving. I don't think that needs to be in here. And that's like ad hoc. It's not going to have a very long shelf life.
Sounds good. So let's do a roll call.
Let's do it. Okay.
Oh, wait, excuse me. Public comment.
No public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Just really quick question, Alec. Should we can vote on forming these subcommittees. Historically, with our other body, we've voted to create a subcommittee with the members. And I don't know if we want to do that separately or do that really quickly. Right now, people can volunteer and we can do that horse trading before the vote. But Adam and Alec, let me know what you believe is best.
That sounds more efficient to me if there's general consensus at this moment on these 6.
Okay.
So I have Commissioner Salcedo interested in the policy recommendations, and Commissioner Cuellar for community fora and the best practices from other jurisdictions. Commissioner Filer.
I would also be interested in community forums.
Just to clarify, I did express interest in both the funding and the policy recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, folks, just a housekeeping thing. If you send messages in the chat to the host and the panelists, I don't believe it will be part of the recording and the public record. So either send it to everyone or if you could verbally say what you're saying in the chat. Thank you.
Commissioner Dansky.
Point of clarification, are we at the point where we're wanting to staff all of these subcommittees before we vote on them? Is that what's happening right now?
Exactly.
Okay, I'm interested in working on subcommittee number 3, recommendations for law enforcement.
Commissioner Sinar.
Data and research.
Commissioner Levin.
Data and research, please.
And Commissioner Che.
Community forums and best practices.
Okay. Commissioner Suthers, would you like to express any
Yes,
preference?
recommendations for law enforcement and community forums.
Commissioner Dansky.
Yes, do we have any subcommittees that are not currently having enough commissioners on them? Right now, I only volunteered for one.
Let me check with Chair Roybal to see if there's a subcommittee he'd like to be on.
Well, I was gonna hold off. And let other commissioners select their choices, and then if there is something I can fill in for, that's fine. But I would rather other commissioners.
And Adam, can you help me? Right now, I think for data, we have Commissioners Levin and Sinar,
Yep.
right? For policy, we have Commissioner Salcedo. Do we have a second on that?
No.
That is, so we do need somebody on that. Then law enforcement, we have Commissioners Dansky and Suthers.
Correct.
Great. Other jurisdictions, we have Commissioner Che, and did we have a second on that?
Commissioner Cuellar.
Cuellar, perfect. And then funding, we have Commissioner Salcedo.
Correct.
Okay, so 3 of our subcommittees, we have staffed with 2 people. 2 of them, we only have 1 at this time, and 1 of them, forums, we have 4 people interested. So what I would propose is that if 2 people are willing to step away from forums and go to either policy or funding, that would solve our problems.
I can step out of the community forums. Oh. And participate in the, I believe it was policy that was needing a commissioner.
Thank you.
I will also step off of community forums.
And Commissioner Suthers, okay, go ahead.
Can we place you on the funding subcommittee?
Wherever you need me.
Oh boy, that was easy.
Yeah, so to repeat, I have Commissioner Sinar and Commissioner Levin for data and research, Commissioner Salcedo and Che for policy recommendation, Commissioners Dansky and Suthers for law enforcement, Commissioners Cuellar and Filer for community fora, Commissioners Cuellar and Che for best practices from other jurisdictions, and Commissioners Salcedo and Suthers for funding. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Roybal, is there a subcommittee that you'd desperately like to join?
I mean, not desperately. I feel like my hands will be full with being chair, but I'm happy to also serve on the funding committee because that's basically my professional background a little bit is fundraising. So I'm happy to work on that too.
But with 2 commissioners assigned to each subcommittee now, I think our ideal would be not to have a public meeting for every subcommittee meeting.
Sure.
So I think we can move to vote. Yeah.
I just, if Commissioner Sellers, and that you generously volunteered for the funding subcommittee, but if you'd like to step back and let Commissioner Roybal do it, that would work.
Absolutely, sure.
Great. Okay, I think we can move to a vote.
I
Actually,
have
let's just,
a housekeeping item.
Yep.
I'm not able to see the screen you're sharing. Half of it is covered over with a dark gray square.
I have the same problem.
There
Thank
we
you.
go. Thank you.
great. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. We can proceed to the vote.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the revised subcommittee proposal and the assignments of the subcommittees. Okay, Commissioner Che,
Aye.
Commissioner Cuellar,
Aye.
thank you, Commissioner Damsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Filer,
Aye.
Commissioner Levin. I think you're on mute.
My son doesn't trust me with the remote. Now you know why. Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal,
Aye.
Commissioner Salcedo,
Aye.
Commissioner Sonar,
Aye.
Commissioner Suthers.
Aye.
All right, we have 9 votes in favor of the revised subcommittee proposal and the assignments of subcommittees.
Excellent. So now I think we're nearing the end. We do have an agenda item for discussion and action regarding future meeting schedule. The recommendation from the department is to let the subcommittees begin their work and with commission staff working with the chair to set the next meeting. Any discussion from commissioners on that?
If I can say, I would like to see if maybe we can have our meetings on a different day other than Thursday. I do have another meeting that I have to do on Thursdays, my council meetings. So if we can just any other day but Thursday, that would be great.
Noted, thank you. Any further commissioner feedback or questions?
No, Adam, the only thing I would say in seconding Commissioner Cuellar's comments is if we sort of need to stick to, I know it's our first meeting, but I'm in a very sensitive threat assessment team meeting at the university. I'm missing and I'm co-chair, so I just want to make sure we can be kind of tight in the future. Sorry.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Suthers, we so appreciate everything that you did here in this group today. Feel free to sign off. We just have a few more things. We have quorum, so if you need to move to your next meeting, feel free.
Okay, no, I'm texting, so they're okay for now.
Okay.
Great. Public comment?
None.
Okay, I think we can move on. Thank you. Final item, excuse me, there's 2 more items. Is future agenda items. If any commissioner would like to suggest something be put on a future agenda item, now is a good time. Again, our recommendation is to allow the subcommittees to do their work rather than having a robust discussion at this time. But I did hear from Commissioner Levin earlier a request for community groups and other stakeholders to make legislative recommendations to the commission as one agenda item for a future meeting.
Yes, I had some requests from community folks that wanted particularly their suggestions for all kinds of things. And I promised that I would do my best to get that on. So thank you so much.
Any further comment from the commissioners? Public comment?
None.
And without further commissioner feedback, I think we can move on to the final item.
Okay, so now we can move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. So at this point, we'd like to open the floor to the public to comment on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that pursuant to Government Code Section 11125 and 112.7A, the commission may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that was not included on the agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. So with that, we will open it up to public comment on items not on the agenda. Keep in mind that commissioners cannot comment on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment?
There's none.
Okay. And with that, I think we are ready to move to adjournment.
Yes, thank you all so much. It is hard to imagine feeling elated after 5 hours together, but I do. I want to say in 30 seconds or less, I want to thank my colleagues at CRD. I think you can all see how much work this group has put in behind the scenes to start the work of this commission. And I want to thank all of you commissioners. You now have a sense of the personalities and the backgrounds of your colleagues. And I think you can sense the deep commitment that everyone here has to making this an incredibly meaningful working group. Thank you all very much. We will be in touch very soon, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful day. Happy holidays.
Happy
Thank you,
holidays.
everyone. Thank you for